rivalry here between the Upper Dauphin Trojans and the Millersburg Indians. Neither team having a great year this year. The Trojans just slightly over the 500 mark, will not go to postseason play for District 3 championships and all that kind of stuff. And neither will Millersburg, who has an even more losses than victories this year. Both teams, however, have played Super Bowl games, and of late, of course, they're going to have to keep their eye on this guy, Dave Harmon, who is a three-point threat from outside for Millersburg. And for the Trojans, they've had a great ball game first half against a very tough Halifax ball club here just a couple of days ago. So if the Trojans come to play tonight, and all of them incidentally are healthy, Jason Bingaman missing from the Millersburg lineup, out with a traffic accident injury, so he won't play this evening. The Trojans, on the other hand, should be all healthy with the exception of Jeff Sittlinger, who is out with a wrist fracture, I do believe. So that'll be a good matchup tonight. I think the crowd is an excellent crowd for a typical Millersburg Upper Dauphin ball game. The place is pretty well packed, and so we'll be back with the opening tip-off here in just a moment. Ball game tonight being broadcast live by WQIN on their FM channel. Tim Bordner and Mike Calnon doing the play-by-play.
The other forward, number 41, Jason Fraley. And he's coached by Mr. Barry Manning.
Okay, we're set to go. The scoreboard over here has the Millersburg Indians listed wrong as far as numbers go, so we'll have some difficulty picking up these fellas perhaps, but should be no problem eventually. We'll learn who they are. And the Trojans control the opening tip-off here now. This is Bellis. It's going to be Bellis, Sittlinger, Joseph, Hepler, and Rao. Here's a pass inside, and Randy Joseph puts a shot up, no good. Rebound in there, followed up by Hepler, and Hepler is fouled. And Bill will go to the foul line shooting a pair. Foul is on number 33 of the Indians.
33? 33 is Wetzel.
Okay, Wetzel picks up the personal foul. Team's first, his first. The game's first, and Bill Hepler will be at the line shooting two. First shot's good. Bill hits the first one, gives the Trojans a 1-0 lead, and he'll see how he can do with his second shot. It's good. Excellent foul shooting by Bill Hepler in the early going here. 2 for 2. And here comes this is Roach with it now. Yep, over on the far side it goes. Roach has got it back.
Back over here to
Carl, okay. Over to Manning. Here's a shot. It's good. 2-pointer, and it's tied up 2-2. Bellis with it. Over in the corner they go. Back out here to Sittlinger. Brian Sittlinger. Back over here now for Bellis. Into the corner it goes, behind my hat. Over on the far side. Now deep into the corner for Bill Hepler. Near here for Bellis. Over to Hepler again. Spins around that left baseline. Still has it. Gets the ball knocked loose and gathered in down there by Wetzel. And back with it come the Millersburg Indians. This is Roach with it now. Roach this side here to Carl. Back to Roach and over the far side now. Manning inside deep here. Wetzel had it. Here's Carl with it. Back over to Roach. Back over to Manning. Manning with a shot. Good. Manning gets himself two, and it's 4-2 Millersburg. 6:10 remaining here in the first period. Sittlinger into the corner it goes here now for the Trojans. Near side to Sittlinger, back out in front. Here's a three-point attempt from outside, put up, good. Bellis hits for 3, and it's 5-4, Upper Dauphin by 1. Ball tied up in the corner is going to spin loose, and a foul is going to be called. The foul will be on, let's see, I guess, well, I'm not sure. Bellis, okay. Bellis picks up the personal foul. Be his first. And here comes the Indians with it now. Long pass down here for Fralick. He goes in, and a blocking foul is going to be called. Terrible call, as Joseph was set. Absolutely had position, and he gets called for the block. Terrible call there. Oh, my gosh. All right. Absolutely terrible call, but anyway, Joseph picks up his first personal. And coaches do not agree with that call at all. Millersburg will inbound. Fralick to inbound. Does so back here for Roach. Over to Manning. Back out to Roach here now. Into the corner it goes. Manning with it. Over on the far side to Carl. And so here's a foul up over the back goes number 33. And he picks up his first personal foul. This will be a non-shooting foul, and the Trojans will get the ball out of bounds. Now Wetzel picks up his first. Yep. Okay. Wetzel picks up the first personal foul for his first personal foul for Millersburg.
Second.
Oh, that was Wetzel's second. Sorry about that. Okay, second personal foul. Here's a pass intended over here, but saved from going out of bounds, and back with it come the Indians. Into the corner here it goes now, and a foul will be called on Mike Rao. Roach over on the far side. Oh, and here's a walk going to be called over there as Manning goes for the walk. And it'll be upward off and ball. Coach Peters taking a quick break here to give a couple instructions to some of his ball players. And back with it come the Trojans now. Trojans up 5-4 at the 4:55 mark of the first period. Into the corner here for Mike Rao. Brian Sidlinger dumps it inside. Randy Joseph, good bounce pass on the baseline to Mike Rao. Nice play as they thought that Joseph was going to go for the shot. Bounced it down in the right baseline to Rao. Good play. Here's the ball tipped away nicely by Brian Sidlinger. Back come the Trojans. They're leading now 7-4. Far side for Bellis, who has a three-pointer. Here's a set shot from the side. Good, and that's a three-point shot. Yep. And it's 10-4 as Hepler hits a three-pointer from the left corner. Here's a ball tapped away nicely, but gathered in again by the Indians, and a foul will be called, and looks like the foul will be on Hepler, I guess. Yep, Bill Hepler picks up a blocking foul. Be a shooting foul, and 41 to go to the line, shooting two.
That's Fralick.
Fralick at the line, shooting two. Here's his first shot. It's good. And it's a 10-5 ball game with 4:09 remaining in period one. Jason's second shot coming up here now. His second shot is also good. That's 10-6. Trojans up by 4. Sidlinger over to Bellis. Back here to Sidlinger. Looking inside to Joseph. Turnaround shot by Randy Joseph is good. Randy Joseph hits a nice bucket, and it's 12-6. There's a pass on the near side, nearly stripped away, but Carl had it. Back over on the far side to Roach. Now Carl has it. Far side over to Manning. Poses, but doesn't shoot. Out here to Roach. Roach looking inside, has it tapped away, and back with it come the Trojans. Here's a break by Sidlinger, puts a shot up and in, good. Brian Sidlinger for two. And it's now 14-6. Trojans trapping them deep into their own zone now. Boy, just took enough time to get it out. Manning with a shot, it's good.
Manning.
Yep. Okay, back come the Trojans. Now it's 14-8. Trojans with a 6-point lead. 3 minutes remaining. Period one. Bill Hepler down the left wing. Over here to Sidlinger. He stops, pops one off the glass. No good. Randy Joseph with a tip that won't go. And a rebound comes back off here to the Indians. Here's Carl with it. Over here for Roach. Carl, top of the circle. Back over here now for Roach. Okay. Carl's got it. Back to Roach. Manning has it. He puts a shot up and it's blocked, but it's going to be a foul called. And this time it'll be Sittlinger picking up the foul. Brian picking up the personal and is going to send Manning to the foul line for Millersburg. Brian picks up personal foul number 1 with 2:30 remaining here in period 1. Manning at the line shooting 2. Here's his first shot. Short. Here's Manning's second shot. It's good. So he makes 1 out of 2. Long pass down the far side. Mike Rao with it. Passes it over here for Bellis. Here's Sittlinger with it. Inside they go. The ball tapped away in there very nicely by Jason Freilich. Found for UDA. In the corner to Rao. He dumps it inside here now. A foul's going to be called. This time it'll be on Wetzel, I believe. For Wetzel, that is his 3rd personal foul with 2:16 remaining here in the first period. Non-shooting, but boy, Wetzel in trouble. Here's a turnaround shot by Joseph's good. Turnaround shot by Randy Joseph. Playing a heck of a ball game here. Now it's 16-9. Up and off, and ball stolen away by Joseph. Gathered in there by Mike Rao. Drops it back over here for the Trojans. Here's a shot from the outside for 3. It's going to be short by Hepler. And taken off by the Indians. Long pass down here for Freilich. He goes into the left baseline. Pops his shot up. No good. Rebound by Bill Hepler on the far side. Gives it back here to Bellis. And back come the Trojans with 1:45 remaining in the first period. Here's Joseph from 15 feet. It will go in. Good job, Randy Joseph, with another bucket. It's 18-9. The Trojans have doubled them up here right now. Near side now it goes, and right over there to Freilich for the layup. Good. Good shot that time by Freilich. It's 18-11 with 1:20 remaining. Hepler over in the right wing, left wing corner rather. Back out in front, out to the right wing corner to. There's a shot put up, no good. Rebound in there, taken off by Manning. And here comes 33 down with it, but he's going to call time. It's going to be timeout called with 1:01 remaining here in period 1. The Trojans up by 7, 18-11. Okay, Freilich will inbound the ball for Millersburg as Dave Harmon comes into the ball game now for Millersburg Indians. Here's Roach with it. Over to Carl on the far side. In deep now. It goes back out here. Manning had it. Now here's Roach with it over here to Harmon. Pops for 2. Good. Dave Harmon gets into the ball game. Gets himself 2 quick ones. And it's 18-13 now. 40 seconds remaining in the first period. Here's Sittlinger into the corner here for Rao. Left baseline shot by Hepler. Won't go. Rebound comes off to Dave Harmon. Goes up very strongly for the rebound, and back with it with 25 seconds come the Indians. Near side here for Harmon. Dave stops, pops it inside to Freilich. Over to the far side it goes. Manning had it. Harmon with it now. Roach. Back to Harmon. Harmon dribbles inside once, puts a shot up. No good. Rebound over there by... here's Harmon for 3. But Dave Harmon's into the ball game for a couple of seconds here and picks up 5 points and brings the Indians back to within 2, 18-16. Harmon in for 5 with about a minute. 1:01 he came into the ball game and gets himself 5 quick points. So Dave doing a job.
The paper just fell out of my hand.
Did it? Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Okay, we're going to begin the second period here now with the Trojans just up by 1. Good first period for UDA. They lead by 2 points, 1 bucket, 2 points, 18-16. And here we go. Freilich, Roach, Carl, Manning, and Harmon in the ball game now for Millersburg. Here's the ball tipped away nicely out there by Bellis. Back with it come the Trojans. Brian Bellis has it. Looking over the far side to Sittlinger. Back to Brian Bellis. Nice pass inside for Hepler. Here's Bellis for three. No good. Over on the far side. Hepler's got it, though, in the left wing. Here's a pass out here. It's going to get tipped out of the hands of 23, Carl. And it'll be Millersburg ball. Upper Dauphin ball. Here's Sittlinger with it for the Trojans. Bellis. Sittlinger into the corner, Mike Rao. Back out here for Bellis. Rao, then Bellis, then over here for Sittlinger. Into the corner it goes. Here's a Joseph in the paint. Stops, pops. It's good. Randy Joseph with another good bucket. And it's 20-16, the Trojan margin back to 4. Harmon cross the timeline there for Carl. Inside, here's Manning, loses it in the baseline, picks it back up again, get back out here for Roach. Manning with it in the left wing corner, back out here to Roach. Ooh, drags his foot. Yep, drug his foot, and that's going to be a walk on Mr. Roach, and that'll give the Trojans a ball back here now as Mike Rao will inbound for UDA. Does so over here for Sittlinger. 6:40 remaining. First half. Mike Rao. Out here for Bellis, nearly tipped away there by Carl. Here's a ball, wait a minute. Foul's called underneath. See who the foul is on. 31. That will be on 31. Oh, okay, it's on Manning. All right, it's on Manning, his first. Far side here for Sittlinger. Back out here, Brian Bellis. Inside for Randy Joseph. Puts a shot up and in. Randy Joseph hot from inside the paint. About a 10-footer that time for Big Randy. Nice job. Over on the far side now. Roach has it. Guns it ahead here for Fralick down the right wing side. Back out in front. Now Fralick deep in the right corner. Back out in front. Here's Dave Harmon driving up to the bucket and puts it in. Dave Harmon weaving his way right down the middle of the paint. Gets himself two more. Sittlinger, Bellis. Over the far side now. They throw it inside for Hepler, but Dave Harmon and Bill Hepler get it tied up. It's going to remain UDA ball. Got 5:56 remaining in the first half. Trojans up by 4. 22-18. Nice pass inside for Hepler on the baseline. He's tied up there. Ball is rejected. Comes back out here to the Trojans, however. Mike Rao's got it. Mike still has it. Spins around with it. Puts it on the floor. Gets it over on the far side to Sittlinger. Joseph on the inside here. Bounce pass over here for Bellis. Into the corner. Mike Rao for three. It's good. Mike Rao says, hey, enough of this. And he nails three from the side. 25-18. Trojans up by 7. Pass ahead here for Dave Harmon. Cross the timeline with it. Passes it over to the far side. Knocked out of hands by out of bounds by Bill Hepler. It was intended for Jason Fralick. Screaming down that right side. But it got knocked out of bounds by Hepler. Here's Manning. Into the corner. Carl with a shot. No good. Rebound to Hepler. And Bill will come back with it now. Brian Bellis comes back with it. Brian Sittlinger. Bellis into the corner for Mike Rao. Back out to Bellis. Back over to Brian Sittlinger. Bellis with it. Nice pass over there on the left baseline. And wait a minute. Foul's going to be called. The bucket's good. They call a foul, and that's going to send Hepler to the line. Boy, oh boy, Bill Hepler made a super job that time driving that left baseline as number 31, Manning, comes up with his second personal foul. And that's going to send Hepler to the line shooting one, and Bill can finish off a three-pointer here now and give the Trojans a 10-point margin. He does. It's 28-18. Trojans have opened up a 10-point game here now. Here's an inbound pass, tapped away nicely by Bellis. He stops it, gets it over here to Sittlinger. Great job by Brian Bellis. Good defensive play. Inside they go. Here's Hepler driving up the right baseline, up and in. Hepler with a fine job, and it's 30-18. Long pass down here for Fralick. Goes out of bounds with it. On the inbound pass, no good. Dave Harmon comes down and throws himself a bucket up, but well after the whistle. And so it's now UDA 30 and Millersburg 18. Here's Sittlinger with it. Passes it inside and had Randy Joseph turning the wrong way, and Instead, it's picked off by Manning. And back with it comes Roach. Over here for Harmon. Dave will stop, pop for three. It's good. Dave Harmon nails a three-bagger. That's his second three-pointer. And back with it comes Sittlinger now. It's 30-21. UDA by 9. In the corner for Mike Rao. Drives the right baseline. Passes it on in front here for Bellis. Over the far side, Randy Joseph's got it. 3 seconds going to be called, however, on one of the Trojans inside there. And so that's going to give the ball back to Millersburg with 4:09 remaining in the first half. Dave Harmon ahead. Here it comes now. Manning has it down the left side. Manning looking to give it back here to Harmon. He's got it. Into the corner for Manning. Shot. Good. 2-point shot from the left wing over here. That narrows the margin to 7. 30-23 with 3:45 remaining in first half. Here's Bellis. Bounce pass over on the far side now for Heffler. Comes across with it here for Sittlinger. He stops, pops it inside. The rebound's going to come off to, to Carl. And Carl is bumped by Mike Rao. Mike's going to pick up the personal. And both teams into the bonus now. So that will be Mike Rao's second. And that came with 3:34 remaining. That's going to send Carl to the line here, shooting a 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It's good. 30-24, 6-point margin now for the Trojans, and Carl can narrow that to 5. And one more freebie coming here. Here it is. It's good. 5-point lead, 30-25. Trojans had them by 10 or 11 here just a moment ago. In the corner, Mike Rao. Inside now it goes, back out. Bellis over here to Sittlinger. He pops it inside. Back over here they come to Mike Rao. His shot, no good. Taken off in there by Roach. Ahead to Dave Harmon over in the right wing side. Into the corner to Freilich. Out inside here to Roach. Puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojan, or to the Freilich, and he puts a shot up, no good. And Randy Joseph with a rebound. Wow, a lot of tough action underneath the boards over there. Sittlinger fires it across for Bellis, into the corner, down to Heffler, back out to Bellis, and over here to Sittlinger. Right side for Mike Rao. Far side to Bellis, back to Mike Rao. Inside they drop it, and a foul is going to be called. Foul will be on Manning, and that's going to send Heffler to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. I think the foul came long before the shot. And for Manning, that's his third with 2:44 remaining. So the Indians going to get themselves in foul trouble here as Manning picks up his third. And Wetzel already has 3. Here's the first shot by Heffler. It's good. 31-25, 6-point margin now for Upper Dauphin, and Bill at the line shooting his second. Here's his second shot. It's good. 32-25, 7-point margin for the Trojans. Roach with it. Over here for Carl, back over to Roach. Ahead it comes now for Manning, over to Dave Harmon. Dave steps and pops for 3. It's no good. Rebound comes off to Heffler, who goes up high for it. Bill Heffler with a fine rebound. Gives it back here now to Bellis. Bellis tries to pass it inside. It's tipped away off the hands of Dave Harmon and out of bounds, and it'll be Upper Dauphin ball as Rich Shadle comes into the ball game now to replace Mike Rao with 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the first half. Bellis for 3. No good. Rebound in there to Heffler. Oh, his shot won't go. Bill had a good shot, had position, had the shot, and it wouldn't go. Dave Harmon clears it for the Indians. Harmon with it into the corner. Here's Carl for 2. Long shot far on the far side. And back with it come the Trojans now. This is Sittlinger. Bill Heffler on the side. Out here to Sittlinger. Brian into the lane. Stops. Pops the shot up and in. Good. Brian Sittlinger with a good bucket, and it's 34-25. 9-point margin now for Upper Dauphin. Pass over here for Dave Harmon. Harmon stops, gives it over here to Roach. Roach tries to go in the lane with it, and a blocking foul is going to be called on Randy Joseph as Roach went into the foul line, and Joseph picks up the personal foul. For Randy, that's his second personal, and that will send Roach to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. It's First shot, no good. Rebounded on the far side, and a foul is going to be called underneath there as Jason Fralick went for the ball, and Fralick could go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Joseph picks up foul number 3, and now Randy has to check out, and he's played a super ball game. With a minute 36 seconds remaining here now, into the lineup comes Craig Henninger into the lineup. Here's the first shot by Fralick. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Hepler. Gives it back over here now, and nearly has it stolen away over there, but they got it back. Sittlinger with it. Sittlinger going to pop for 3. No good. Rebound over here on this side to the Indians. Up the far side they go. This is Dave Harmon. Over here for Roach. Top of the circle. Carl into the corner. Here's Manning for 2. No good. Rebound comes off to Rich Shadle. Rich will get it. Bring it back here now for Sittlinger. Brian working it up with a minute and 4 remaining here in period 2. Bellis into the corner. Ball's going to go out of bounds, and a foul's called. Foul is going to be called on Roach, and that's going to send Hepler to the line once again. So Bill getting a chance to up this margin by way of the fouls. We got 59 seconds remaining as Roach picks up his first. 34-25, the Trojans up by 9. And Hepler at the line shooting a 1-and-1. Excellent first half of play here by UDA. Bill's first shot, no good. Rebounded in there by Fralick. Over on the far side he goes here to Roach. And we've got 55 seconds remaining. Here's Carl. Inside, picked off by Richie Shadle. Back with it come the Trojans. Here's Bellis. Bellis over on the far side. Hepler posed but didn't shoot. Here's Richie Shadle at the foul line, and he's fouled. And it looks like it's going to be on Dave Harmon. He picks up his first personal. And to the line tonight for the first time will go Rich Shadle with 41 seconds remaining in the first half. Richie's got it, pops it up, good. Rich was shooting too, and Rich, I forgot almost that as soon as the ref gives it to him, he's ready to go. Second shot, good. Shadle doesn't even think about it, pops a couple in. It's 36-25, 11-point margin for the Trojans with 35 seconds remaining. Here's a ball. Ahead here to Harmon. He'll stop. Pop for 3. Good. Dave Harmon with his third three-pointer. And it's now 36-28 with 23 seconds remaining. Sittlinger into the lane. Puts a shot up. That won't go. Inside, the ball is tapped back here, and Bellis is going to control for the Trojans. Goes into the corner with it. Here's Hepler. Passes it on in front here for Shadle. Rich for 2. No good. Inside, though, Hepler's got the rebound, or no rebound. Got the pass, I guess we'll call it. Here comes Dave Harmon back. Over into the corner. Fralick for 2. No good. Rebound's going to be knocked out of bounds by Manning. And that's going to be UDA ball. 1 second remaining here in the first half. 1 second. Oh, we'll see how they play this. There's a long inbound pass. Shot, it's good if it goes, but it won't go. As Henninger spun around here to put the shot in, but a good first half for these UDA Trojans now. As Coach Peters goes into the locker room with the boys at halftime with a nice lead. 38-28, Trojans up by 10. Right back with the second half in a moment. Thought Mike was giving an autograph. Set to go with the second half action now. We'll see if the Trojans can hang on here now. They played an excellent ball game in Halifax the first half and then kind of got sloppy in the second half. So we hope that doesn't happen tonight. And I don't think it will against these Indians, but we'll see. Jason Fralick will inbound the ball to Dave Harmon as we get set now for the second half of play. The Indians with a 10-point deficit here. The Trojans up 38-28. Here goes Manning down into the corner. Back out front here for Dave Harmon. Over in the far side it goes. They swing it over there now for Wetzel. Here's a shot by Carl. No good. Gets his own rebound, however. Puts the second shot up, and it's good. And it's going to count. Carl with a good second effort that time. Following up his shot, gets his rebound. Puts the shot in, and the bucket was good. And Carl will go to the line shooting 1. Foul was on Hepler, his second. Carl will be trying to finish off a three-point play here now. Here's his shot. Good. 38-31, the margin down to 7. Trojans with the ball now to go on offense for the first time in the second half as Sittlinger gets it over the line, drops it over there for Rao. Over here is Hepler driving the baseline, and his shot partially blocked away, I guess, because it was a heck of a shot. Here's a pass by the Indians now, and Harmon's got it. Three-point land. His shot, no good. Rebound over to the far side there for Mike Rao. He comes down with it, and back with it comes Sittlinger for the Trojans. Over here for Bellis. Bryan with it, back over to Sittlinger. Into the lane to Mike Rao. Deep. Mike puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes out here to Sittlinger. Drives into the lane, stops, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound's going to come to Mike Rao. Mike puts a shot up, that's no good. Gets his rebound, puts another shot in there. And a foul is going to be called this time. And Mike will go to the line shooting too. Mike had about 4 tries out of that time, I think. He couldn't make any, but he's going to go to the line and see if he can make a couple freebies here now. Foul was on Harmon, his second. First shot by Mike Rao is good. 39-31, 8-point margin now. John Biddle into the ball game for the Trojans as we begin the second half here now. Another shot by Mike is good, so Mike goes 2 for 2 from the foul line. That makes it a 9-point margin now, 40-31. Fralick over here for Carl. Into the corner deep it goes to Manning. Back out here to Harmon. Inside, and a foul is going to be called before the shot. Foul will be on Biddle, I think. And it's going to send, or was it a shooting foul? I'm not sure. Let's see. Biddle picks up his first personal. No shooting, and Fralick will inbound. Does so back here to Carl. Drops it for Harmon. Sittlinger over on Harmon. Into the corner there for Wetzel. Back out to Harmon. Near corner, here it goes now, and the pass is thrown away. It was intended for Carl, but Dave Harmon fired it over his head and goes out of bounds, and there's 6:25 remaining in the third period. 40-31, Trojans up by 9. Bellis winds it down the left side here, out in front to Sittlinger. Near steal out there. Over in the corner goes to Mike. Inside here for Bellis, puts a left-handed shot up. Here's Biddle with a rebound. And now 3 seconds going to be called on the Trojans as they got tied up in there, kind of started to go in slow motion for a second there. Everybody just kind of standing around, and so Harmon will inbound for Millersburg. Carl over here for Fralick. Fralick going down the right side here, stops, passes it back out in front. Over in the corner. Here's a shot put up over there by let's see, Manning. And the foul's called. I think Biddle's going to pick up his second personal. We'll see. There's 5:53 remaining in the third period. And Biddle picks up his second. Non-shooting, and Jason Fralick will inbound the ball for the Indians. Whoops, wait a minute. Timeout called here now. Nope, no timeout. Okay, they were going to allow Joseph to come back in, but they didn't. Here's Harmon from the side. No good. Rebound's going to come off over here to Bill Hepler. Gives it to Biddle, who gives it to Sittlinger. Back come the Trojans. Over here for Bellis. Over the far side now, Mike Rao. Into the corner for Sittlinger. Back out to Mike. Mike has it go off his fingertips. Here's Harmon with a layup. Goes to the bucket and puts it in good. And there's a technical going to be called on Dave Harmon. Harmon picks up the tee. Harmon really griping about the way he was nailed after he put the bucket up. No foul coming. And Harmon gets himself a technical. And Coach Manning cannot be real pleased with that. Dave has picked up more than his share, I think, of technicals this year, and he just picks up another one. And that's going to send Mike Rao to the foul line for the Trojans now, shooting a pair. Here's Mike's first. It's no good. And Mike will have another whack at it. Trojans will then get the ball out of bounds, so it'd be nice if Mike could make one of these. Second shot is good. Okay, Mike goes 1 for 2, and the UDA will get the ball over here. It's going to be Mike inbounding here to Brian Sittlinger. Sittlinger has it. 5:25 remaining here in the third period. Trojans up 41-33. Sittlinger, far side, spins it into the corner to Rao. Inside they go to Hepler. Back out in front here now for Sittlinger. Here's a shot. It is no good, and a rebound. There's going to be a foul called. Wait a minute, I'm not sure what happened here as Sittlinger was sent to the floor, and he's holding his lip. Coach Peters wants timeout. Coach Peters going to talk to a referee out here now. Peters talking it over. I don't know who hit Sittlinger or what in the world happened, but I think Scott wants a technical or something. I'm not sure what exactly is happening here, but Mike very upset, and the Trojans have called timeout. 5 minutes, 11 seconds remaining in the third. Trojans up 41-33. You think this ball game doesn't count? This ball game is as important as if it was the first ball game of December. These two teams really go at it, and they're going to continue to do that right up to the last second of play, I am sure. Looks like Brian's going to be okay. He might have got a cut lip. But it will be Uppert-Offen, none shooting, and Uppert-Offen will be inbounding the ball. I didn't see who the foul was on. No, I guess, well, I'm not sure. Here's an inbound pass off of Dave Harmon, knocked out of bounds, and Millersburg will get the ball. Inside here for Carl. Far side now. Here comes Manning with it down the left side. Passes it in the corner to Harmon. Dave over there passes it back over here to Carl. Into the corner for Manning. Back out to Harmon. Far side here is Carl with it. Back to Dave Harmon. Into the corner it goes. Here's Fralick, or no, it's not Fralick. Hold it. A charging foul is going to be called now on Manning, and that's going to be, or not Manning, I'm sorry, on Wetzel, and that's going to be his fourth. Wetzel will pick up personal foul number 4 with 4:46 remaining in the third period. And now back comes Brian Bellis. Into the corner they go to Bill Wetzel, or Hepler, I mean. Inside, the ball's knocked out of bounds by Fralick, and it will be Uppert-Offen ball. Mike Rao to inbound. Does so back here for Bellis. Here's Sittlinger sitting up for 3. It's good. Brian Sittlinger nails a 3-point shot. Nice shot by Brian. Brian had an excellent ball game against Millersburg the first time these two teams played. Here's a pass on the far side. Shot put up there by Manning. No good. Rebound comes down to Hepler. And back with it come the Trojans. 44-33. UDA up by 11. Sittlinger over here for Bellis. Back to Brian Sittlinger. Into the corner goes Mike Rao. He'll set up for 3. No good. Rebound in there, however, to Bellis. Pops it underneath to Hepler, and Hepler's got it. Good job that time by Bill Hepler. Coming across the baseline down there. Trojans really trapping, and a blocking foul is going to be called here now on Brian Bellis. He'll pick up the personal. Be none shooting. The team's 4th. And for Brian, it will be his 2nd. Carl inbounded ball here for Millersburg. Hey, who's 45 for that?
For Millersburg.
Yeah. Here's Dave Harmon.
He was in the JV. Oh.
Okay. Oh, looked like a walk by Carl. Almost a near walk anyway. Dave Harmon with it. Swings around out at the center. Still got it. Bullsh into the ball game for Millersburg now. Here's Manning with it. Back over here to Harmon. Near side for Carl. Tries to pass it inside for Ulsh, but Randy Joseph picks it off for the Trojans. Here's Bellis with it. Bellis has the ball tapped away, but Mike Rao's going to pick it up over the far side. He gets tied up over there, and Manning's going to get called for a hold. And for Manning, that's going to be about 4 on him. I'll tell you. It is the 4th personal foul on Manning, so that came with 3:20 remaining. Here's an inbound pass for Hepler. None shooting yet for the Trojans. They're not in the bonus yet. Here comes Sittlinger bouncing in, but gets it back outside here to Bellis. Over on the far side now for Mike Rao. He stops, sets it up, pops it. It's good. A 3-pointer for Mike Rao. Boy, Mike had time that time as no one went over there to challenge him. He got the ball, dribbled it, placed it in his hands the way he wanted it, posed, and shot it. Good job. Here's the ball tipped away by Sittlinger. Gathered in by the Trojans. Bill Hepler saves it. No, he didn't save it. Excellent play that time. I think it was by Bellis who made the initial steal on a ball intended for Ulsh. But then Hepler just lost it off his fingertips, and it's 49-33 now. Far side to Manning. Dave Harmon loses the handle on it, gathers it back in here, though. And now the bounce pass comes over here for Carl. Back out to Harmon. He'll set up for three, puts a shot up. No good, way short. And the ball saved from going out of bounds. And here Harmon gets himself a personal foul. And the crowd loves that as Dave really stepped into the Trojan. And that's going to send, Harmon's got to get his third personal. And that will send Bellis to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Dave picks up personal number 3. Bellis at the line shooting a 1-and-1. This game could get even rougher, I would think. Here's a shot. No good. Rebounded by Hepler. Turnaround jump shot is good. Hepler sinks it in there, and that's nice. Ups the margin now. Trojans putting the pressure on them for sure. That's 51-33. Here's the ball over here, nearly stolen as Harmon gets double teamed. Gets it into Freilich, however. He drives into the lane, puts a shot up, and a blocking foul is going to be called on Randy Joseph. He'll pick up the block, and Freilich will go to the line shooting 1-and-1, I guess. Fourth personal foul on Randy, and he's going to come out of the ball game, I think. Yep, Randy Joseph going to check out now. He played a heck of a ball game. Randy with a good one. Comes out of the game, and he is replaced in there by John Biddle. And Fraley got the line shooting a 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. Good. 51-34. Trojans up by 17. Second shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Carl. He puts a shot up, blocked away by Hepler. Second shot is put up by Harmon, I think, and he is fouled by Bellis. So Dave Harmon will go to the line shooting 2. 2:16 remaining in period 3. And the Trojans up 51-34. And Dave Harmon at the line now, shooting 2. Dave's first shot, good. Good bucket for Dave. Makes it 51-35. 2:16 remaining. Second shot, good. Dave, excellent shooter. Puts 2 in, 51-36. Pass over the far side. Hepler, he'll stop, pop one up. No good, short. Ball comes back and is taken by Harmon. Biddle on him. Passes it back here. Harmon got it back again over there on the left baseline now. Tries to bounce it inside for Fraley. Gets stolen away, knocked out of bounds. Going to go off Dave Harmon's hands and be uppered off in ball. 36-51 with 1:57 remaining in the third period. Brian Bellis with it over there for Sittlinger. Sittlinger looking, puts it over here to Bellis. Brian going to stop inside the lane and pop it back out here to Sittlinger. Near side here for Bellis. He'll shoot for 3. No good. Rebound on the far side. Going to foul to him. Going to be called, and foul will be on Mike Rao as he went into Ulsh. And Ulsh will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1, I believe, for Millersburg. Mike Rao picks up his third, and Ulsh will go to the line shooting 1-and-1 with 1:39 remaining in the third. 15-point margin now for the Trojans, and Ulsh can narrow that to 13. I don't think you can get enough against this Indian ball club, so the Trojans got to keep plugging away here. First shot, good. 51-37, 14-point margin with 1:39 remaining. Second shot, good. 13-point margin, 51-38. Sittlinger's got it for UDA now as they try to set it up here and get a couple. Chip Wetzel into the ball game for the Trojans. That's Wetzel with it now. Inside he goes to Biddle over on the far side. Here's a shot taken by Mike Rao. No good, and a rebound's going to be called. A foul's going to be called on a rebound. That's going to send Carl to the foul line as Bill Hepler picks up the personal. Bill's third. And for Millersburg, Carl will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. That came with 1:22 remaining. So The Indians with an opportunity to narrow the gap here to 11 if Carl can knock down a couple of these. Here's his first try. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Hepler. Over here to Sittlinger. A minute and 15 seconds remaining. Sittlinger with it. Looking inside. Gets it back over here now to Wetzel. Inside to Sittlinger down the left side here. Out in front for Chip Wetzel. Near side for Sittlinger. Hey, he's going to drive into the left baseline. Passes it inside. Shot put up in there by Biddle. Good. John Biddle with a good shot from about 6 feet out. 53-38. Pass down the far side. Here's Manning with a shot. Good. 53-40. 13-point margin with 38 seconds remaining. Third period. Sittlinger over here for Wetzel, guarded by Harmon. Into the corner it goes. Sittlinger from outside. It's good. Two-pointer. Bryan with an excellent ball game tonight. Had shot in just a 2-point bucket that time. Harmon with it. Freilich ahead here now for Manning. Down into the left wing corner. Back out in front to Harmon. Now over here. Here's Carl with a shot. No good. And the ball taken off here with 5 seconds remaining. Here's Sittlinger, going to knock a three-pointer in. No, it won't go, and the rebound comes off to Dave Harmon over the side, who throws it up the court. But at any rate, the Trojans have really opened it up now at the end of 3. They've got a 15-point lead, 55-40 UDA with 1 period remaining. Okay, if the Trojans can survive the next 8 minutes, we got it made. It's 55-40, a 15-point margin going into period 4. Bryan Sittlinger, Chip Wetzel near side, Mike Rao over on the far side, into the left wing or right wing corner. Here's Sittlinger for 3, no good. A rebound comes off to 15, but Wetzel's going to be called for the foul. And to the foul line will go Roach, shooting a 1-and-1. Chip picks up his first personal with 7:47 remaining in the ball game. Roach at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. He'll have an opportunity to narrow the gap to 13 if he can make a pair. First shot's good. And he'll get one more try at it with 7:47 remaining, 55-41. His second shot is also good. So he narrows it to 13 now, 55-32. Sittlinger to Wetzel. Back over here to Sittlinger. Over in the corner to Mike Rao. Mike passes it inside for Hepler. Back out to Rao. Near side here to Sittlinger. Back over to Rao. Now in front of Wetzel. Inside, Biddle. Far side, it's tipped away by Dave Harmon. Gathered in nicely by Dave, and back with it come the Indians. He can, or they can narrow the gap to 11 now. Here's Harmon into the corner. Back out to Dave. Far side it goes here to Manning. He stops, brings it back out in front. Now it goes inside to Freilich. Back out to Harmon. Harmon's going to drive into the lane, stops, puts a shot up. Good. 55-44. Trojans up by 11. Here's Sittlinger. Long pass right down here to nobody. And 11. Who's 11 to them? Over here to Harmon. Harmon stops over here. And let's see. 3-point attempt put up. It is good. Good for the 3-pointer. And all of a sudden, here come these Indians sneaking up on you, as Indians are wont to do. Here comes Bill Hepler with it. Mike Rao over in the corner, bounces it inside to Hepler. Guarding him is Freilich, puts it out in front. It's going to go off the hands of Manning, out of bounds. It will remain UDA ball as Biddle and Wetzel go out, and Joseph and Bellis come back in for the Trojans. This is Bellis over on the far side. Into the corner they go here now for Mike Rao. Inside he goes to Joseph, who loses the handle on it, but picks it up, puts a shot up a little short. The rebound goes off the hands of Bill Hepler out of bounds. And it will be the Indians with a chance to come back and narrow the gap to 9. Or rather to the 6, let's make it. That's Hoke. Here's Harmon from outside. It's good. Harmon gets all net, and it's now a 50 to 55, 55-50 ball game, and that's going to wake up this crowd of Millersburg onlookers over there and cause the Trojan crowd to quiet down a little bit. And Indians coming back. UDA timeout. Trojan timeout over. Sidlinger will inbound for UDA. Runs along the baseline to find somebody. Finds Mike Rao. Back to Brian Sidlinger. Couple of Indians on him. Pass ahead here now to Mike Rao. Mike's got to dribble it down here. Puts it into the corner to Hepler. He puts a shot up and in. Good. Bill Hepler nails a two-pointer from the side. 50-57, 57-50. Here's Harmon losing the ball off his fingertips, but Millersburg recovers. This is Roach with it. Far side now to Harmon's got it. Here's Harmon for 3. It is no good, and a foul's going to be called underneath on a push. Somebody pushed off, and I do believe it might have been Mike Rao. We shall see. 57-50. Mike picked up personal foul number 4 with 5:23 remaining. So both clubs in kind of foul trouble. Here comes Mike Hoke for the Indians, shooting a 1-and-1. First shot's good. 57-51. 6-point ball game. Mike Rao checks out of the ball game now, and Rich Shadle comes in for UDA. Mike Hoke at the line shooting his second shot. And it's no good. Rebound comes out to Biddle, and a foul will be called on Fraley. Or not to Biddle, I mean to Joseph. And a foul will be called on Fraley. Jason picks up his second. And that's going to send Randy Joseph to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Randy will be at the line for the first time tonight for UDA, I do believe. See what he can do. Here's his first shot. Good. Beautiful shot. High arch, just perfect. 58-51, 7-point margin, and Randy can make it 8. Here's his second shot. It is no good. Rebound to Harmon. 5:18 remaining. As into the corner, Manning's got it. He's double teamed over there. Gets it back out to Harmon. Over here to Roach. Harmon swings it into the corner now for Manning. Here's a shot from the side. It's good. A two-pointer. 58-53, 5-point margin for the Trojans. Pass ahead here for Bellis. Inside it goes here. Randy Joseph, spin around jump shot. That's good. Trojans are going to need that. 60-53. Randy, an excellent shot out there, and that turnaround jumper. There's a pass on the near side for Mike Hoke. Out here now for Roach. Harmon tries to go inside. Here is a rush to the line, and a ball tipped away nicely by Joseph. As Roach went to the hole, and Randy Joseph got a hand on it. And Sidlinger over into the corner with it now. Getting tied up over there. Gets the ball spun out here. Inside they go to Hepler. Bill Hepler puts it home. Nice pass there by Rich Shadle to get it inside to Bill. Here's a ball dribbled out of control. Picked up in there by Hepler. And back with it come the Trojans. This is Brian Sidlinger with it. 3:59. We're inside of 4 minutes. 62-53. Hepler in the corner, passes it way out in front there for Sidlinger. He jumps into the two-point circle, puts a shot up, no good, but right there's Hepler. Oh, Bill's shot wouldn't go. But Roach picks up the personal foul. He's going to send Hepler to the line, shooting 2. Timeout's going to be called by Millersburg. So Bill Hepler will be at the foul line as Roach had picked up his third personal with 3:46 remaining. No, his second personal with 3:46 remaining. Okay, the Millersburg timeout is over. We have 3:46 remaining in the ball game. Trojans up by 9, and Bill Hepler at the line, shooting 2. Bill, an extraordinarily good foul shooter, I think. Here's his first shot. Good. Wasn't exactly perfect, but hey, went in. And Bill will be at the line shooting his second shot. Here it is. Much nicer and good. Bill, just a good, calm foul shooter. Nice. Puts 2 in, gives the Trojans a 11-point margin now, 64-53. Here's Manning with it. Manning has the ball go out of bounds, and it's going to be off of his hands. And it's going to be UDA ball now. Is everything going right for the Trojans tonight? Sillinger will inbound for UDA. Sillinger, Rao, Bellis, Joseph, and Hepler, the starting 5 in there now for UDA. Here comes Bellis with it. Over here for Sillinger. Brian going down the right wing side. Stops. Tied up over there nicely by Roach. Gets it inside to Randy Joseph. Here's his shot. No good. And a foul's going to be called on Hepler as Hepler went over the top of Freilich. And Hepler will pick up his 4th, I think. Yep, Bill picks up personal foul number 4 with 3:21 remaining in the ball game, and that's going to send Jason Freilich to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. 3:21 remaining, 64-53. Trojans, for the most part, in charge here tonight. But we still got 3:21 remaining. Here's Freilich's first shot, short off the front of the rim. No good, but Harmon over the rebound. His shot's no good, and Bill Hepler pulls it down for the Trojans, gives it to Bellis, and now Sittlinger has it for UDA. 3:10 remaining in the ball game. Into the corner it goes for Mike Rao. Mike, bounce pass inside for Hepler, and a foul will be called on Mike Hoke. And he'll pick up his first personal. And Hepler will go to the line shooting 1-and-1. Hepler at the line to shoot a 1-and-1. See if Bill can pop a couple of these nice ones in there. He does. The first one's good. 65-53, 12-point margin now for UDA. Bill can make it 13. Here's his second freebie. Good. Just absolutely super. 64. Or 66, I mean, 66. There's Harmon setting up for 3, but got to get back out here to Manning. She puts a shot up, no good. Rebound come over to the near side. Saved in there by Carl. Passes it to Harmon in the corner. Back out in front here now for Manning. Now Dave Harmon's got it. Far side to Carl. Bounces it into the corner to Mike Hope. He passes it inside to Freilich. His shot will roll out, not go. Rebounded in there by, oh, here's a trip. My God, what a trip. What a trip by Carl. Terrible, absolute. Just stuck his foot out there and tripped him. And Bellis will go to the line shooting 1-and-1. For Carl, that was his first personal. Came with 2:37 remaining in the ball game. And Bellis at the line shooting a 1-and-1. He hits the first one. It's good. I haven't seen a deliberate trip like that since we played touch football. Second shot, good. And a boy, Brian, he nails a pair. And back with it comes Hoke. He gets tied up, gives it to Carl. Back over here to Harmon. Harmon shoots from the side. No good. Rebounded in there, however, by Manning, and Manning puts a shot up and in. Good. And a foul will be on Brian Sittlinger. Manning will go to the line with 2:27 remaining. Brian Sittlinger will pick up his second. 68-53, Trojans up by 15 with 2:27 remaining. The first shot by Manning, and it's good. Manning's second shot, and that's no good. Rebound comes off to Randy Joseph. Back with it comes Bellis. Far side for Sittlinger. He's double teamed over there as they trap him. Gets it over here to Bellis. Back over to Sittlinger. Manning on him. Into the corner it goes for Mike Rao. Pass over here picked up by Bellis. He stops, passes it inside. It goes off of Joseph's hands. Right back to Brian Bellis, and now Sittlinger has it out in front. Trojans doing a little bit of a job here of keeping some, running some time off the clock. I mean, out here to Sittlinger. We've got 1:55 remaining. Rao to Sittlinger is going to soon have to foul these guys. Here's Bellis with it. Back out to Sittlinger. Over here for Bellis, stolen away. Carl with it, ahead to Harmon. Dave stops, pops, good. 2 points. 56-68, 68-56. Long pass down here now as the Trojans break it loose. Here's Rao with it. Over here for Bellis, puts a shot up, short, no good. Rebound's going to come off here for Harmon. He'll stop and pop for three. He stops, puts one up. It's good. Two-pointer. He stepped in. It's 58-68, 10-point margin with 1:10 remaining. And here Bill Hepler is going to call timeout. So the Trojans call timeout here now as the Indians get a rush going here. We've got 1:09 remaining and UDA up by 10. Okay, 1:05 remaining. We'll have to watch the clock end the ball players now. Here's Bellis, and a foul will be called on Dave Harmon as Brian Bellis will go to the foul line now. Dave picks up his third personal, I believe it is. And Bellis will be at the line. No, Dave picked up his fourth. Bellis will be at the line shooting a 1-and-1. Brian did a good job with his foul shooting here just a little bit ago, so we'll see if he can put a couple in here. First one's good. 69-58, UDA up by 11. And Brian can make it 12. Here's his second shot. No good. Rebound comes off to Carl over the near side. Drops it back here for Harmon. Over here for Carl. Swings it into the corner. Here's a shot from the side by Manning. Good. It's a three-pointer. 69-61. 45 seconds remaining. Ball inside here to Mike Rao, and a foul is going to be called. This time it'll be on Carl. He'll pick up the personal, and Mike Rao will go to the line with just 44 seconds remaining. 69-61 UDA. Manning picks up Carl picks up his second personal foul. And Mike to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Mike, pretty good foul shooter too, I do believe. We'll see in a moment here. Good first shot. Mike really played some super b-ball for UDA this year. Really come on here in the last half of the first half, I guess, and most of the second half. Good. Two nice shots by Mike Rao. 71-61, 10-point margin. Three-point attempt from the side is good. That was Manning, buried a three-pointer. It's down to 7 points now, 71-64. 30 seconds remaining, half a minute remaining here. Here's Sittlinger. Down on the near side here. Brian with it, gets tied up in here, and Manning's going to tie him up. That's going to send Manning out of the ball game with 4 or 5 fouls, I do believe. But it's also going to send Brian Sittlinger. Yeah, Manning will go out with 5. And Brian Sittlinger will go to the line shooting 1-and-1 with 24 seconds remaining. 71-64, UDA up by 7. And Brian can change that here. Here's his first shot. He did. It's an 8-point margin now, 72-64. As Wetzel comes back into the ball game to relieve Hoke for Millersburg. 24 seconds left. Here's the second shot by Sittlinger. No good. Rebound comes off there to Randy Joseph. Going to roll out of bounds on the far side off of Fraley. And it'll be UDA ball. 22 seconds remaining here now. Here's a pass inside for Joseph. Shot good. Randy Joseph with that soft touch gives the Trojans a 10-point lead back again now. It's 74-64. Bounce pass, trying to get it inside for Fraley. Puts a shot up, partially blocked away. Picked off by Sittlinger on the rebound. And let's see, Sittlinger's going to double dribble it now. And Brian can't imagine where the foul was, as he was getting hacked by a couple of Indians in his estimation anyway. And now we've got 3 seconds remaining, and UDA going to have a wholesale change as the crowd gives them a standing ovation. They have really played a super ball game for Coach Scott Reed. tonight, and they deserve a good round of applause because those guys did play some kind of a ball game. Here's the 3-second play remaining. Shot from the outside by Roach is no good, and that's going to end the ball game, and it's going to give the victory to the Trojans by a final score of 74-64. Trojans by 10, and they nipped the Indians for the second time this season. The first time it was a 1-point ball game. This time it's a 10-point ball game. So good job. Congratulations, Scott Peters and all of these UDA Trojans. Fine job done out there by Bill Hepler, who receives congratulations from the coaches and so forth. But Brian Sillinger, Brian Bellis, just all of them doing a great job. Randy Joseph had a super game. Mike Rao, another strong game for UDA. So see you later. That, I think, ends the Trojan basketball for the year. Or they may have one more game left. I'm not really sure. At any rate, that's going to do it. So we'll see you all later. Set to go here with tonight's ball game. It's going to be the Upper Dauphin Trojans at Millersburg, and the Trojans set to go here now. Millersburg a little soft this year, so the Trojans with an opportunity to gain a victory this time out. Trojans send out Randy Joseph. He'll be jumping against Jason Freilich of the Indians. Here's the opening tip-off. It's going to be controlled by Upper Dauphin, and back with it here comes Jeff Sillinger. Jeff being double teamed. He'll get it ahead here now for the Trojan. Over deep into the corner it goes. Here's a pass underneath. Going to get away from everybody. Go out of bounds. And it's going to be Upper Dauphin ball. Went off of 34. Bingaman. The Trojans will inbound. Jeff and Brian Sidling are in the backcourt. Brian's got it now. Over here to brother Jeff. Jeff over to Brian on the far side. Brian's got it. Inside he goes here now for Hepler. Inside, and Bill Hepler scores the first 2 points of the ball game. It's 2-0. Upper Dauphin. Dave Harmon not starting for Millersburg tonight. Not sure why, but Dave not starting. Here goes Manning with it, or rather Wetzel with it. Down over into the corner he goes now. Here's a shot put up down there by Bingaman, and it's 2-2. Back with it come the Trojans now, all tied up at 2. A long pass over here for Mike Rao. Mike into the right lane, and he's going to be, I'm not sure what happened there. Let's see. Oh, Mike called with a charging foul, and so that will give Millersburg back the ball, tied up at 2. First period. Here's Carl with it. Far side now for Bingaman. Manning had it over to Bingaman, back out front to Carl. Now over to Bingaman on this side, or Manning on this side. Bingaman's got it, goes into the corner with it. Here's Wetzel with a shot, and he is fouled as he goes to the bucket. Shot did not go down, and so Wetzel will go to the foul line, shooting a pair. Foul was on Bill Hepler. He picks up his first personal. 6:40 remaining here in the first period. Wetzel at the line, shooting 2. His first shot, good. 3-2 Millersburg. Well, Wetzel will get one more try at it now. His second shot is also good. And we got a 4-2 Millersburg lead. Jeff Sidlinger with it down the far side. Over here for, well, Sidlinger's got it back again now. Brian Sidlinger dumps it inside here for Randy Joseph. He stops, pops one up off the glass and in. Good. And we've got a 4-4 ball game. Bingaman with it for the Indians. Over here to Carl. Ahead now for Bingaman. Into the corner it goes for Freilich. He passes it out in front here now, and let's see. It's tied up in there momentarily, comes loose. Here's a break here. Brian Sidlinger has it, but Brian's not going to be able to go in with it. Wisely carries it back. Good move by Brian Sidlinger that time, as he had no chance underneath. Here's a pass inside for Randy Joseph. Shot put up, no good. Brian Sindlinger has it back again, spins into the lane. A foul will be called. And I believe the foul this time will be on Manning. Or rather, Wetzel. Okay, Wetzel's going to pick up the personal foul, I believe. No, Fralick, all right. Fralick picks up the personal, and it's going to send Brian Sindlinger to the line shooting 2. First shot's good. Brian knocks her right to the bottom of the bucket. He'll get one more try at it. It's now 5-4 up at Dauphin. And Brian's second shot coming up here. The second shot, no good, in and out. However, the rebound comes off to Millersburg. This is Carl with it. Far side now for Fralick. Into the corner he goes to Manning. Back out in front here for Fralick, and he puts a shot up. Good. Jason Fralick hits for 2, and it's now a 6-5 Millersburg lead. 5:24 remaining here in the first period. Jeff Sindlinger with it. Over to Brian. Near side here for Mike Rao. Mike puts a fake on everybody and loses the handle on it. Tries to dip it off here for Randy Joseph, and Joseph is going to be fouled, as it looks like number 32 Wetzel will pick up the foul this time for sure. And that's going to send Randy Joseph to the foul line, shooting 2. Randy tried to go up with it, and Wetzel got a hand on him. Wetzel picks up his first. Joseph at the line for the first time tonight, shooting a pair. First shot, good. All right, it took a while, but Randy's went down finally, and he'll get one more try at it. Here's his second shot. It is good. So Randy Joseph goes 2 for 2 and gives the Trojans the lead back now, 7-6. Pass over here for Carl down the left side. Out in front here now for Fralick. Bounce pass inside for Bingaman, and Bingaman puts it home. 8-7 Millersburg. Nip and tuck here with 4:55 remaining first period. Rao, far side, it goes to Brian Sindlinger. Back over here to Jeff. Try to set something up over the inside, I guess. Jeff's got it. Brian deep into the corner for Heffler. Now in front to Brian. Inside here to Randy Joseph. Randy bounce pass over here for Mike Rao. Spin around, jump shot inside there by Bill Heffler is good. Good shot and a good ball game unfolding here now. It is 9-8 Upper Dauphin. Into the corner it goes. Here's a shot by Manning, put up no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. Back with it comes Brian Sindlinger. Brian down the far side. Bounce pass underneath intended for Randy Joseph. It's going to go out of bounds off of Carl's hand. And that'll remain Upper Dauphin ball now as Mike Rao will inbound for UDA. Mike looks back here. Brian Sindlinger with it. Back to brother Jeff. Into the key goes. Into the lane. Stops. Pops the shot up and in. Good. Good drive by Jeff Sindlinger. Trojans up by 3, 11-8. Biggest lead for anyone in the ball game. Here's Carl with it. Pass over here to Bingaman. Now Manning's got it. Stops. Pops one up. No good. Rebound over to the far side by Fralick is good. And it's a 11-10. 1-point margin now for UDA with 3:40 remaining in the first period. Over here for Rao. Back over now Brian Sindlinger and gives it to Jeff. Over to Brian. Stops, pops for 3. Going to be real short, but the rebound shot right underneath there by Mike Rao. And he puts his second shot up, and he's fouled. Mike missed the first one. Jeff Carl, I'm not sure of his first name, but Carl picks up the rebound, and picks up the foul. Shows the referee that he really had all ball, but the referee will hear none of that. And Rao go to the line shooting 2. Mike at the line for 2. His first one's good. Mike knocks down the first one real nice. 12-10 UDA by 2. And Mike's second shot coming up here now. Second shot is no good. Rebounded by Bingaman. Ahead, they push it here to Manning now on the left side. Bingaman with it deep in the corner. Back out to Carl. Now Bingaman's got it again over in the right wing. Out to Carl. Out in front here, Manning. Tosses it over here for Wetzel. And Wetzel puts a shot up and in, and we're tied at 12 with 3 minutes remaining in the first period. 12-12. Brian Sidlinger tied up over there. Gets it over here to Jeff. Into the corner it goes. Bill Wetzel dribbles into towards the middle of the lane. Gets it back here to Jeff Sidlinger. He stops, pops, good. Jeff Sidlinger pops for 2 more, and it's 14-12 up at Dauphin by 2. Carl with it. Over here for Bingaman. Now back over to Carl. Dumps it into the corner here for Freilich. He stops, tries to dish it out in front for Wetzel, but he's tied up, and the Trojans come up with it. Jeff Sidlinger now has it. Gets it across the timeline. Jeff down the near side here. Tries to bounce it inside, and a foul's going to be called over here. Well, I think on number 22. I'm not sure. Being on shooting type. We'll see who this is on. No, it's on 30, and that is Manning. He picks up the personal. And the Trojans inbound here. Brian Sidlinger with it. Into the lane he goes. Stops. Pops one up off the glass and in. Good. Brian Sidlinger doing a good job in there. Hits for 2, and it's now 16-12. Here's Freilich going to the bucket by himself, and he puts it up and in. No question about that one. And back with it now come the Trojans with a 2-point margin, 16-14, with less than 2 minutes remaining. About 1 minute and 50. Now here's a steal by Bingaman. Dribbles into the lane, and now wait a minute. The foul's going to be called down here. And this time the foul, I believe, will be on, let's see here, 55 or 45. I guess that's on Hepler. Phil picks up his first, the team's third, and the Indians will inbound it. Here's a shot from the side by Manning. Good, and we're tied at 16 with 1 minute 45 remaining. 16-16 tie. Jeff Sidlinger coming back with it, Carl, and for Bingaman on him, but he gets it away ahead here now for Randy Joseph. Sidlinger, far side to Brian. Brian steps into the lane, pops one up, partially blocked, and away with it come the steal in there made by Randy Joseph. Looked like Millersburg had control of the blocked shot by Sidlinger, but Randy Joseph picked it off again. Here's a nice steal inside by a Trojan, and then they throw the ball away here now. Carl will slow it down out here to Bingaman. Carl over here to Bingaman, into the corner deep now for Wetzel. Wetzel stops. He'll pop for 2. No good. Rebound comes off on the near side, and it's going to be controlled by Millersburg. However, they do throw it out of bounds, and it will be Upper Dauphin ball with 56 seconds remaining. 18-16, Trojans up by 2. Brian Sidlinger back here for Rao. Sidlinger got it back again inside to Joseph. Randy loses the handle on it, pops it back here for Jeff Sidlinger. Inside it goes to Randy. He stops, pops one up off the glass. Good. Randy Joseph with a nice shot. And he's good. Okay, referee just warns Upper Dauphin about tossing the ball aside when they score. And I think the Trojans can comply with that. Here comes Carl into the corner now for Manning. Over to far side. Bingaman had it. Now Carl's got it back to Manning. Trying to work it inside to Freilich. Jason Freilich stops. Pops the shot up. No good. Rebound comes off to Joseph. And a foul is going to be called underneath there, as I do believe Freilich will pick up the personal foul. Yep. Jason Freilich puts the Trojans into the bonus situation now as Freilich picks up his second. And that's going to send Randy Joseph to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. Randy at the line for the first time tonight, I do believe. Here's his first shot. No good, in and out. Rebounded over there by Wetzel. And he gets it ahead here to Carl. Down here on the left side to Manning. Out in front, Bingaman's got it. Stops at the circle and pops one up. No good. Rebound to Randy Joseph. Ahead they come here now. Here's a nice bounce pass. Jeff Sidlinger over here for Hepler underneath. Hepler puts a shot up that won't go. Rebounded by Manning underneath. Here's Carl. Shot at the buzzer. It's good if it goes, but it won't go. So at the end of 8 minutes, Trojans up by 4, 20-16. Good first period of play. Be right back. Okay, it's beginning the second half of play here now. Millersburg will inbound the ball. Jason Freilich will inbound here to Carl. I would imagine, and he does. Okay. Set to go down the far side. Bingaman in the corner. Harmon's in the ball game now for the first time. Dave Harmon. Dave's got it. Dribbles into the lane. Stops. Puts a shot up and in. Good. And it's now 20-18. Dave, the big gun for the Millersburg Indians, sat out the first period, but he's into the game now, and Jeff Sedlinger has it for the Trojans. Jeff and Brian. Jeff in here for Joseph. Randy stops. 15-footer, no good. Rebounded in there by Hepler. Hepler pops his shot up. That won't go. Rebounded, wrestled for on the floor. Back here comes to Brian Sedlinger. His shot won't go, and the rebound comes off to Bingaman. Back with it comes Dave Harmon for the Indians. Harmon stops, gives it over here to Carl. Over in the corner goes to Manning now. Looping a shot inside, or a pass inside for Fralick. Intercepted by the Trojans, and back with it comes Jeff Sedlinger. To Brian Sedlinger. Paul over on the side. Here's Bill Hepler from the side. No good. Rebounded by Dave Harmon on the near side for the Indians. Carl with it. Far side for Bingaman. Into the corner now for Manning. Back out front for Carl. Right wing for Manning. Over here for Harmon. Into the left side base here. Here's Bingaman with a nice move underneath. No doubt about it. Jason Bingaman with a nice move, and we're tied at 20. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining here in the first half. 20 all. Randy Joseph, 17-foot shot. No good. Rebound on the far side comes down to Manning, and back with it they come here now. Here is Fralick with it. Jason Fralick on the far side. Manning's got it. Back over here for Carl. Into the corner. Here's Harmon for three. It's good. Dave Harmon comes into the ball game, gets himself 5 quick points, and it's now 23-20. Millersburg by 3. Brian Sedlinger over here to brother Jeff Sedlinger. Brian's got it over on the left side. He steps into the circle, pops one up, no good. Rebound comes off to Sedlinger. Pass in here for Mike Rao, and Mike's tied up all over the place, and Mike's going to be called for a charge, as Manning was guarding Mike Rao and causes Mike to pick up a charging foul. And back with it come the Indians now. This is Carl with it for Millersburg. Harmon's got it over in the right wing. Back out here to Manning. Over here now for Bingaman. Inside for Fralick. Puts a shot up. Won't go. Rebound comes off to Randy Joseph. Back come the Trojans once again. Brian Sedlinger with it. Bill Hepler. Back to Brian Sedlinger. Out in front here now for Jeff Sedlinger. Back over to Brian. Into the corner for Hepler. Brian Sedlinger popping a three-point try up, and it's good, and it's good for 3, and we're tied. 23-23. Here's Carl with it for Millersburg. 5:05 remaining in the first half. Bingaman, Carl. Over here goes Harmon, driving the left baseline. Stops, pops the shot up short. Rebounded in there by Fralick. His shot is blocked. And it looks as though they're going to call it on Bill Hepler. Randy Joseph thought the foul was going to be on him. But they're going to give it to Bill Hepler. And that's going to send Fralick to the foul line, shooting 2. Tied up at 23-23 with 4:55 remaining in the first half. Fralick at the line shooting 2. First time Jason's been to the line tonight, I do believe also, so we'll see what kind of a foul shooter he is. First shot's good. And he gives Millersburg a 1-point margin now, 24-23. Jason's second shot is short. Rebound comes off to Brian Sedlinger. 1-point ball game now, 24-23 Millersburg. Here's Jeff Sedlinger into the lane, pops it inside for Randy Joseph. He puts a shot up and in. Nice shot, Joseph, from about 6 feet out. 25-24, nip and tuck. JV game was a overtime game. Here's Harmon with it, into the top of the circle, drops it underneath very nicely for Bingaman. And Bingaman pops it home, 26-25 Millersburg. Brian to Jeff Sedlinger. Over here now for Bill Hepler. Now Jeff's got it back again. Jeff's going to drive into the lane, puts a shot up, partially blocked. No call coming, and back with it come the Indians. Here's Carl with it. They head over here for Harmon. He stops, pops for three. Looking for three, no good. Rebound to Randy Joseph. Jeff Sittlinger with it. 3 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in the first half. Timeout's going to be called by Upper Dauphin. So the Trojans take timeout here. They're involved in a very good ball game right now in the early going. Mr. Peters calls timeout with... Okay, following the UDA timeout now, the Trojans will inbound the ball. Got 3:45 remaining here in the first half to go. Over here for Brian Sittlinger. Back to Jeff. Brother Brian. He drives into the lane, stops, pops the shot up and in, good. Brian Sittlinger nails two more, and it's now a Trojan lead, 27-26. Carl with it. Over on the far side, Harmon's got it. Into the corner they go to Bingaman. Back out here to Carl. He stops, puts a 16-footer up, good. 28-27 Millersburg. 3:12 remaining first half. Brian Sittlinger going to go across the timeline with it now. Stops back there, gives it back to brother Jeff. Trojans into the corner. They go here for Mike Rao. He dumps it inside for Bill Hepler. Spin around, jump shot, good. Bill Hepler with a nice shot. 29-28 Upper Dauphin. Carl, far side for Harmon. Harmon dribbles down to the right wing, stops, pops it out in front, intended for Freilich, but picked off by the Trojans, and back with it comes Jeff Sittlinger. Jeff stops. Inside he goes to Randy Joseph. Joseph coming back out to Jeff, over to Brian Sittlinger. Brian into the corner deep for Bill Hepler. Now Randy Joseph's got it. 15-footer from the foul line is good. Trojans up the margin to 3, 31-28. Upper Dauphin. 2:20 remaining, first half. Harmon over here for Bingaman. Bounce inside for Freilich. Nobody on Jason Freilich, so he just goes in and makes a nice smooth layup and narrows the margin to 1 now. 31-30, Upper Dauphin. 2 minutes remaining right now in the first period. Pass inside for Hepler, and a foul is going to be called. Carl will pick up the personal foul. And Phil Hepler will go to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. Trojans going to send Biddle, and well, let's see. John Biddle comes into the ball game now. He's in for Randy Joseph. And to the foul line comes Bill Hepler, shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot, good. Nice shot by Hepler. He puts the first one in. It's 32-30, gives the Trojans a 2-point margin with exactly 1 minute and 59 seconds remaining in period, or in the first half rather. And Bill's second shot is good also. And now we're going to have a change here. Bill Hepler is going to go out, and Richie Shadle will come in with just 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Coach Peters is going to give those boys a deserved break. And back with it comes Millersburg now. Harmon back to Carl. Harmon in the corner. Dave passing it in front for Bingaman. Puts a shot up, won't roll in, and back with it come the Trojans. This is Jeff Sittlinger with it. Over to brother Brian. Brian into the lane. Stops. Has a shot put up, but a foul is going to be called. Now, wait a minute. The foul is called 42. Dave Harmon picks up the personal foul. And it should be a 1-and-1, and Brian Sittlinger should be shooting. And he is. Okay, 1-and-1. No, 2. All right, he's going to shoot 2. Brian will go to the line, shooting 2 now with 1 minute 37 seconds remaining. 33-30, 3-point Trojan lead. First shot's good. Brian Sittlinger playing one of the better ball games that I've seen him play this year. And see what he can do with the second shot. It's good. So Brian knocks down 2. 2 fine foul shots by Brian Sittlinger, and that gives the Trojans a 5-point margin now. Biggest lead of the ball game for either team, 35-30 Upper Dauphin. Harmon out here to Carl, now out here to Manning. Carl's got it back. Harmon steps into the lane, goes to pop a shot up. It's forced, but he gets it away. Bingaman has the rebound, and it's good. 35-32. Wetzel, rather. I think that was Wetzel with the rebound shot, but at any rate, pass on the far side. Here's a three-point attempt. Good! As Brian Sittlinger nails a three-pointer. And it's 38-32. Trojans up by 6 with 50 seconds remaining in the first half. Carl, pass partially blocked, picked off by the Trojans. Here goes Jeff Sittlinger up for a shot. It is no good, but a foul is going to be called, and one of the officials, the Millersburg ball player, fires the ball by him. Unusual to see the official let that go as he threw it by him in disgust into the crowd. But nevertheless, Randy Joseph back into the ball game now as Mike Rao, who plays a darn good ball game, goes out right now with just 42 seconds remaining. And Jeff Sittlinger, the other Sittlinger boy who was having a Super Bowl game tonight, goes to the line shooting 2. Jeff's first shot, good. What a nice shot. Boy, oh boy, just lifts her right up there, no problem. And we'll see if he can do that again here now. His second shot is no good, comes off to Fraley. Back down the right side goes Bingaman with it now, with the Trojans leading 39-32. Here's Manning with it. He dribbles it right into Biddle. Biddle picks it off and gives it back here to Jeff Sittlinger with 25 seconds remaining first half. Trojans with an opportunity to increase the margin here now. They got to get it across the timeline. Jeff does. The ball nearly slapped away by Harmon, but they get it back again. Into the corner it goes. Nice pass on in front here for Jeff Sittlinger. Brian Sittlinger's got it. Now back over here to Jeff. Jeff's got it. We've got 8 seconds remaining. Here's a shot put up. Won't go. Rebound underneath, though, does go. And that was by Biddle, I believe. And that's going to be good if it goes, but it won't go. So the Trojans looking good here at the end of 8 as they lead by a score of 41-32. Looking good at the end of the first half of play. The end of the 16, I should have said. Getting set to go with the second half of play here now. The Trojans up by 9, 41-32. As the Trojans getting some good offense tonight from the Sittlinger boys. Randy Joseph contributing a bunch, but Sittlinger's really doing a job in there tonight. And the only ball player here with a foul consideration right now is Carl for Millersburg. He's picked up 3 personal fouls in the first half of play. Otherwise, Rao has a pair, Hepler has a pair, and Randy Joseph has one for Upperdoff, and that's it. So Brian Sittlinger starts it off here now, the second half of play, with the ball to Jeff. Over in the corner, Mike Rao dumps it inside over Bill Hepler. Hepler goes to the bucket, blocked. Second shot won't go. Third shot by Hepler won't go. And finally, away with it come the Indians. Dave Harmon with it now. Harmon played the second period, of course, and did not play the first period. Dave steps into the line, stops, pops the shot up and in, good. 7-point margin now, 41-34 for Upper Dauphin. Brian Sittlinger back over here to brother Jeff again. Now Brian working it down the left side here, out in front to Jeff. Stops, 3-point attempt coming up by Jeff, won't go. Rebound underneath here to Wetzel. And Harmon's got it. Into the corner he goes with it. Fraley back out here to Harmon. Ball stolen away and now recovered. No. Still maintained by the Trojans. Stolen away nicely by Jeff Sittlinger. And Jeff's got it now. Down the far side, he throws it away to Bingaman. Gives it to Jason Bingaman, and back with it come the Indians now. 6:45 remaining in the third period. Dave Harmon. Far side it goes to Jason Bingaman. Into the corner now. Here's Manning with a shot. No good. Rebounded by Bill Wetzel underneath for the Trojans. And back with it come, or Bill Hepler, I mean. And back with it come the Sittlinger boys. Brian with it. Over here for Jeff. Now to Brian. Into the corner. Deep. Now inside it goes. Randy Joseph puts a shot up far on the far side, but rebounded over there by Harmon of the Indians. Dave Harmon over here for Manning, and now Bingaman's got it. Over to Dave, steps into the circle, pops a pass underneath intended for Wetzel. He controls it. Here's Harmon, steps inside the three-point line, puts a shot up, no good, and a foul will be called on Jason Fralick as he went hard over the back of one of the Trojans, and it will be Oberdorfen ball. Fralick picks up his second, I guess. Can't really see the scoreboard very well from here, but no, that's his third. Fralick's third. Brian over to Jeff, over in the corner now. Inside it goes to Hepler. Bill having all kinds of trouble underneath there, and the ball rolls out of his hands. And Millersburg will control. Dave Harmon coming back with it for the Indians. Far side, Bingham's got it. Jason drops it over for Manning, and Bingham has it back again. He steps inside the three-point line. Back out goes to Bingham. Here's Harmon, 4-2, short. Rebound comes right off to Mike Rao underneath there, and Mike throws it out of bounds over there. Mike got himself tied up and kind of just lost control of himself and the ball that time. Fired the ball out of bounds, but he'll be back. Mike plays good, strong ball game. Here's Harmon into the lane, passes it back here for Bingham, and Bingham puts a shot up and in. 41-36. Trojans have not scored here in the third period so far. Here's Randy Joseph. Dumps it inside for Bill Hepler. Bill with a spinner on shot. No good, but a foul is called. The foul will be on Wetzel. And that is going to send Hepler to the foul line, shooting 2. For Wetzel, that's his first personal, the way I look at the board from here anyway. Here's Hepler's first shot, no good. Bill rolls it off the right side. We'll get one more opportunity here now. 5:13 remaining in the third. Trojans up 41-36. Second shot, no good. The Trojans have not scored yet here in a cold third period. And back with it comes Bingham. Down the side here for Manning. Out in front, Jason Bingham has it. Over here for Dave Harmon. Dave over to Bingham. He drives the left baseline, puts a shot up and in. And the Indians creeping up on us, sneaking up on us as Indians will. And it's now 41-38. The Trojan 9-point margin has melded down to 3. Jeff Sindlinger, far side for Brian. Or rather for Rao, that is. Here's a pass intended for inside, tapped away, and back with it now comes Dave Harmon. He'll stop, pop for 3, no good, in and out it goes. Rebound over to far side by the Millersburg Indians, and now Manning controls and gives it here to Harmon. Far side for Bingham. Inside, Wetzel has it. Drives the left baseline, puts a shot up, partially blocked away, and it's going to be Oberdorfen ball. Brian Sindlinger will inbound as Brian Huffman comes into the ball game, replacing Jeff Sindlinger now. First substitution, well, the first time I mean that Jeff Sindlinger has been out. The first appearance in the ball game for Brian Huffman. Coach trying to get a little offense going here now. And here's the first points put up by Brian Sindlinger. Good job. 43-38 margin back up to 5 here now. Here's Jason Fralick driving the right baseline. And a blocking foul is going to be called inside there. Shot didn't go. Randy Joseph, I think, will pick up the foul. And that will send Jason Fralick to the line shooting 2. No, Bill Hepler picked up the foul. Make that Bill Hepler, and it was Bill's third. It came with 3:58 remaining in the third period. And Jason Fralick at the line to shoot 2. Fralick's first shot is no good off the front of the rim. We will get another try at it here, however. His second shot is no good also, and Bill Hepler with a rebound. Gives it back here to Brian Sindlinger. So the Trojans came away okay that time. Bounce pass, attempt inside by Brian Sindlinger, rolls loose, and back with it come the Indians. And here Harmon has the ball roll off of his hands, and the Trojans pick it up. Brian Sindlinger with another attempt down here now. Sindlinger boys Brian having a little bit of trouble getting the last couple passes inside. Mike Rao has the ball tipped out of bounds over there by Manning. It'll remain Trojan ball. 3:28 remaining. 43-38. Trojans up by 5. Mike Rao will inbound for UDA. Trying to get a little more crowd control over there as they get the crowd off the corner of the court. Ooh, here's a foul going to be called. A holding foul will be called in there as Wetzel, or as Hepler, went for the ball. Number 40, Freilich, will pick up the foul, and that will be his 4th. So Jason Freilich picks up foul number 4 with 3:27 remaining here in the 3rd period. Not a good sign for Millersburg. Here's a shot put up, and a foul is going to be called on Hepler as Bill went over the back of somebody down there. And Hepler will pick up the foul, and that's going to be his 4th. So both big guys, Hepler for the Trojans, Freilich for Millersburg, now have 4 personal fouls in the ball game, and that's going to send John Biddle into the ball game and cause Bill Hepler to go out now with 3:23 remaining in the 3rd period. Bingaman over here now for Wetzel. He'll get it ahead here for Dave Harmon. Dave looking to set it up, fires it over here now for Wetzel. He puts a shot up the glass, no good. Rebound goes into the corner, and it's going to go out of bounds over there and remain Millersburg ball. Brian Sidlinger desperately tried to save that, but it did go out on the far side, and Millersburg will inbound. Jason Freilich, playing with 4 fouls on him, will inbound for Millersburg. Harmon. Here's Bingaman. Harmon's got it again. Stops, puts his shot up, and a blocking foul is going to be called on Brian Sidlinger, I do believe. Let's see. Yeah, Brian Sidlinger will pick up the foul. For Brian, that will be his 1st. And it's going to send Dave Harmon to the foul line. Shooting 2. Each team has 3 team fouls for the 2nd half as Harmon misses his 1st one. And he'll have one more opportunity here now. Dave's 2nd shot is going to be no good, and the rebound's going to go on the floor. He passes it back here. Now here's Freilich with it. Over here to Harmon, and 3 seconds will be called now in the lane as Wetzel, I believe it might have been, got sort of tied up in there and just stayed in. So a 3-second violation called on the Indians, and back with it come the Trojans now. They're leading by 5, 43-38 with 2:45 remaining in the 3rd period. Rao on the far side. Long pass over here for Huffman. Brian Sidlinger with it out in front, working it inside nicely, and a rejection in there by number 32, Wetzel. The foul will be on Wetzel, and that's going to send John Biddle to the foul line, shooting 2. It's Biddle. I think his first name is John, but I'm not sure. Foul is on Dave Wetzel. Biddle shooting 2. First one. No good. John misses the first one, but he'll get one more opportunity here now. With 2:36 remaining and 43-38 on the scoreboard, Upper Dolphins flavor. 2nd shot, no good. Rebounded by Bingaman. And back with it comes Harmon. He has the ball knocked out of his hands by Brian Sidlinger. And Freilich will inbound for the Indians. Does so to Dave Harmon. Harmon over here for Bingaman. Harmon. Far side now for Manning. Back over here for Bingaman. Goes into the lane, puts a shot up, and he's going to be fouled. Looks like the foul will be on Randy Joseph. Wow. Almost invisible foul, as you can see on the face of Mr. Peters and Mr. Huffman. They both disagree with that call. And that's going to send Jason Bingaman to the line, shooting 2. His first shot is good. And Jason will get one more try. Makes the score 43-39, 4-point margin now for Upper Dauphin. And Bingaman can cut that to 3, and he does. 43-40. Trojans up by 3. 2:10 remaining in the 3rd. Brian Sidlinger with it. Brian drives into the lane, dumps it off nicely over on the far side. It's going to be picked up over there by Brian Huffman. He tries a bounce pass here for Biddle, and it's knocked out of bounds by Wetzel of the Indians. And now we got a couple more subs coming in here as, let's see, Biddle will go out, and Rich Shadle comes in for Upper Dauphin, as well as Jeff Singler back in the ball game for the Trojans. Here's Jeff with it to brother Brian. Inside, Randy Joseph, spin around shot, good. Nice shot by Randy Joseph. He hits one from about 14 feet out. 45-40 with a minute, 48 remaining, third period. Manning. Here's Bingaman. To Harmon. Harmon outside, dribbles in, puts a shot up short. Rebound comes off, however, to Manning. His shot's no good, and the rebound going to be recovered here by the Trojans. Jeff Sittlinger with it. Over here for brother Brian now. Nice pass inside for Mike Rao. Mike stops, and he's going to go for a walk now, as Mike had the opportunity to go up and didn't take the shot. Instead, landed and decided to try it again. So he gets called for the walk, and that came with 1:15 remaining here in the third. 5-point Trojan margin. Far side it goes here now for Manning. Harmon. Inside he tries to go with it. It's picked off nicely by Rich Shadle, who gives it back to Brian Sittlinger. And Brian comes away with it now. We're inside of a minute. Here's a two-point attempt from outside. It's good. Two-pointer for Brian Sittlinger. Nice shot. 47-40, Trojans up by 7. Dave Harmon over here for Bingaman. Looked like a walk, no walk called. Shot's going to be short. Rebound underneath here to Richie Shadle. And he hands it back to Jeff Sittlinger, who gives it to Brian Sittlinger, and that is Brian who has it now. We're down to 29 seconds remaining in the third. Brian Sittlinger looking, dumps it inside nicely to Mike Rao. Mike Rao's got it up and in. Good pass from Brian Sittlinger. Good shot by Mike Rao from 3 feet out. 49 point margin again now for the Trojans. We're down to 10 seconds. Here's Bingham with it. Goes on the floor. It's going to roll out of bounds. It's going to be Millersburg ball. Not sure how, but they're going to give it to Millersburg. And 8 seconds remain here now as Carl will inbound for the Indians. Inbounds it back here for Harmon. They're probably going to look for Dave to shoot a three-pointer. Steps inside the three-point line and puts a shot up. And the foul's going to be called. This time I think it will be on Rich Shadle. Richie picks up his first. It's going to send Dave Harmon to the foul line now, shooting 2 with just 3 seconds remaining in the third period. Huffman comes in and Richie Shadle goes back out for the Trojans. Brian Huffman comes back into the ball game now. Sittlinger boys, Brian Huffman, Mike Rao, and Joseph in for UDA now as Harmon makes his first shot. Makes the score 49-41, 8-point margin for the Trojans, and Dave can narrow that to 7, and he doesn't. With 3, here's a 2-point shot from outside, though no good right at the buzzer. That shot will be no good. Right at the buzzer to end the third period. Well, the Trojans looking good here so far. If we can hang on for the next 8 minutes, we got another victory here. It's now 49-41, Trojans up by 8 with 8 minutes remaining in the ball game. Looks to me like Mr. Garrett. I just came over and mentioned something to Mr. Mike Quinn, broadcaster here, as Mike Calnan and Tim Bordner broadcasting tonight's ball game for WQIN. And the Trojans and the Indians will go at it for 8 more minutes here, and then we'll have a winner. So here we go. Trojans looking to beat Millersburg for the first time in a couple of tries. They had more men on the court as they began the ball game with 6 players. Referees allowed. Millersburg had 6 players to begin the period. Wasn't called, probably wasn't seen. Here's a shot put up again, no good. Rebound bouncing around underneath. Here comes well, Upper Dauphin had control, lost it, picked it up, lost it again. Now he's got it back again. Here's Brian Sittlinger racing into the lane, stopping, dumping it off underneath very nicely. Oh, Joseph's shot would not go, but boy, what a nifty play that time as Brian got it inside to Randy Joseph. Randy was fouled, and the shot just would not go down, probably because of the foul, because Randy was right underneath. Couldn't have hardly missed that one. Coaching staff here is now complaining vehemently to the officials that the Millersburg Indians sent 6 guys out to begin the 4th period, but no call coming with that. Here's Randy Joseph at the line for 2. His first shot, no good. 49-41, 7:28 remaining in the ball game. Randy for his second shot, no good. Randy misses a pair. And ball going to be given to Millersburg now as somebody was in the lane too quickly. It might have been Randy himself. At any rate, Harmon comes back with it now for the Indians. Bingaman over here for Harmon's got it back out to Bingaman now. He drives into the lane, stops, goes to put a shot up, and he's fouled. And I believe the foul this time will be on Brian Sittlinger. And if it is, Brian will pick up his second personal foul. Let's see. Yeah, it is on Brian, and that's going to send Jason Bingaman to the foul line, shooting 2. Jason's first shot's good. 49-42, 7-point margin now for UDA. Jason's second shot is also good. And it's 49-43, 6-point UDA lead here now. Brian Sittlinger with it. Trojans try to get something set up inside. Nice bounce pass inside intended for Mike Rao, but Mike missed it, or it was thrown by him. Couldn't really tell from here. At any rate, it's a turnover now with 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time remaining in this ball game. Trojans cannot get sloppy. Bingaman over to the far side. Here's a shot taken over by Manning. No good. Rebound comes off to Carl, who saves it very nicely inside to Harmon. Back out here for Jason Bingaman. Far side Manning. Over in the far side it goes now for Wetzel. And he misses, and back with it come the Trojans. Here is Brian Sittlinger with it. Over in the far side for Richie Shadle, who's in the ball game now, and a foul will be called, a holding foul on Manning. And that's going to send Rich Shadle to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. Manning will pick up his, I don't know, can't tell from here, crossbar of the bank board in the way. Rich's first shot's good. Oh, Rich, I just love the way Rich Shadle shoots these foul shots. The referee gets him set up here, hands him to Rich, and Rich is ready. He just stops and pops. Short. Missed everything. It's going to be Millersburg ball out of bounds. As into the ball game now comes Bill Hepler. Bill playing with 4 fouls on him. That sends Rich Shadle out of the ball game. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining here now. And Hepler in with 4 fouls. Here's a walk going to be called now as Jason Bingaman went to the bucket and neglected to dribble first. That's going to give the Trojans the ball out of bounds. Mike Rao will inbound to UDA. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Jeff Sittlinger looking around. Jeff's going to drive the left baseline, pops it underneath very nicely to Mike Rao. And Mike just standing there, puts her home. Nice pass and a nice shot. Okay. 52-43, Trojans by 9. Inside it goes here to Wetzel, and Wetzel's fouled. Wetzel's going to be fouled by Randy Joseph. Randy can't believe it. Randy cannot believe it. And Randy and the referee having a discussion about that call. It's going to send Wetzel to the foul line, shooting 2. Randy absolutely could not believe that call. Here's Wetzel's first shot. It's good. And Wetzel's second shot coming up here now. And it is no good. Rebounded by Joseph. Has the ball spun out of bounds. It's going to be Harmon saving it off the leg as he threw it back into Joseph. And it'll be Millersburg ball now when we come back. 5:56 remaining, 52-44 UDA. Okay, following up at offense timeout now. The Millersburg will inbound the ball. Dave Harmon has it over to the far side. Over here to Jason Bingaman. Inside to Jason Fraley. Back out it comes. Bingaman's got it. Bingaman drives the right baseline. Pass it over here to Fraley. Fraley out in front, puts a shot up, and it will go in. 52-46. 6-point margin now for UDA. 5:30 remaining. Inside it goes to Bill Hepler. Puts a shot up and in off the glass. Good shot by Bill Hepler. And that gives the 8-point margin back to the Trojans. 54-46. Dave Harmon with it. Far side he goes now to Manning. Out in front to Bingaman. Back over here to Harmon for three. It's good. Dave Harmon hits a three-bagger. And it's 54-49 now, with 5 minutes remaining. 5:05 actually. Jeff Sittlinger inside, trying to roll it inside for Hepler. Has it picked up by Harmon. Harmon can get him back into the ball game quick. Dave stops, pops, no good. Rebound comes off to Hepler, and he's fouled. Jason Bingaman puts the foul on Bill Hepler as he went up for the rebound. And Bill will go to the foul line shooting a 1-and-1. For Bingaman, that is only his first personal foul. 4:51 remaining in the ball game. Sends Bill Hepler to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. First shot. Good. Nice shot by Bill Hepler. Hepler very calm tonight, really playing a nice ball game. It's 55-49 now. Trojan margin back up to 6. And Bill can make it 7, and he did. Nice shot. 56-49, 7-point lead for the Trojans with 4:50 remaining in the game. Harmon, far side now for Bingaman, over into Manning. Bingaman's got it back. Out here to Dave Harmon. Dave for three. It's good. So Harmon keeps the Millersburg Indians close. The margin back down now to just 4. 56-52. Here's Sittlinger. Brian going to the bucket. And the rebound comes off to the Indians. And now they can cut the margin to 2. Bingaman over on the far side. Here's Manning with a shot from the side. In and out it goes. Rebound to Randy Joseph. Back over there for Brian Sittlinger. Brian with it at the center court. 56-52. 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Inside for Joseph. Over to far side. Tried to tap it back inside. It goes out of bounds off of Bingaman, or Jason Kralik rather. The Trojans will maintain possession. That pass on the inside is kind of limp over there, but got away with one that time. Here's Brian Sittlinger with it. Calling out brother Jeff. Goes into the lane, and he's going to be called for a walk as he got tied up as he went into the lane, and that's going to give Millersburg the opportunity here now to narrow the gap once more to 2. And timeout is going to be called by Coach Terry Manning of the Millersburg Indians. So we've got 3:53 remaining, and the Trojans up by 4, 56-52. Okay, the Millersburg timeout is over. They trail by 4. 3:50 remaining in the ball game. Jason Bingaman over here for Wetzel. Now over to Bingaman. Steps into the zone. Steps back out again now. Far side to Manning. Gives it back to Harmon. Over here for Manning. Now in here to Wetzel. Far side. His pass is going to be tipped away and recovered by Bingaman. Puts a shot up. No good. Rebound by Harmon. Good. Dave Harmon with a good rebound, one-handed. Pops it right back up, and we have a 2-point margin now. 56-54. Trojans up by 2. They had led at 9 here just moments ago. There's a pass inside for Bill Hepler. Bill stops and pops. Good. Hepler gets a 6-footer from right out in front. It's 58-54. We're inside of 3 minutes right now left in the ball game. Harmon out here for Jason Bingaman. Puts a shot up. Won't go. Rebounded by Bill Hepler. And back with it come the Trojans. This is going to be a hairy 3 minutes or whatever. Here's Sittlinger, and Sittlinger going to be called for a charge. as Bryan went into the lane and was called for a charge, and it's 2:42 remaining, 58-54. And here comes Millersburg with it. Dave Harmon's got it now. Bingaman into the corner here now for Wetzel. Out to Bingaman, steps into the lane, steps back out, gives it to Harmon over on the left side. Dave with a shot, good. 2-point margin, 58-56. And back with it now come the Trojans. This is going to be Bryan Sittlinger with it. Bryan, bounce pass for Randy Joseph. Out in front, Joseph's got it, gets it back to Bryan Sittlinger. Now here's a pass tapped away over there. Rao made the pass, but no good. Ball saved inside to Bingaman. And back with it come the Indians now with an opportunity to tie up the ball game. Harmon dribbles into the lane, stops, puts a shot up over somebody. It's no good. The rebound goes to Millersburg, and it looks like Manning will go to the foul line as 33, Mike Rao, picks up the foul for Upper Dauphin, and the Trojans now will call timeout as Millersburg will send Manning to the foul line with an opportunity to tie up the ball game. We've got 1:51 left. The Trojans leading by a scant 2 now, 58-56. Be right back. Manning at the line for Millersburg with an opportunity to tie it up here. He'll be shooting a 1-on-1, so a big rebound opportunity here for the Trojans for sure. His first shot's good. And we've got a 1-point ball game now. 58-57 with 1:51. As I said, the JVs went into overtime. This game here getting awfully close to that kind of a game. Second shot's good, and we're tied at 58. 58 all. Now the Trojans have got to play some kind of controlled basketball, not get out of hand down here. Here's Jeff Sittlinger over into the corner. Nice bounce pass inside for Hepler. Spin around shot up and in, good. Bill Hepler weaving his way down that right baseline and puts her home. It'll be Hepler against Harmon now, I guess. Here's a shot from the side by Manning. In and out, no good. Rebound is going to be pulled down by Bill Hepler, and a foul is going to be called on Dave Harmon. And this time Bill Hepler will go to the foul line for the Trojans, and Bill will have an opportunity to give the Trojans a little more breathing room. It is now 60-58 with 1:27 remaining. And Bill at the line shooting a 1-and-1. Bill was just successful moments ago here from the line, so we'll see if he can bang a couple in here free. Here's his first shot. It's good. Nice shot by Bill Hepler. Bill gives the Trojan that 3-point margin now, 61-58, and he can give him that 4-point bulge here, if you want to call it that. Here's his second shot. It's good, and Hepler, with 2 smooth foul shots, gives the Trojans a 4-point lead. Bill playing this fourth period with 4 fouls on him. Here's Bingaman driving to the hoop, puts a shot up and misses, but there's Harmon with the rebound, and it's now a 2-point margin again here now. 62-60 with 1:10 remaining. Bryan Sittlinger going down the right side, passes it over here for brother Jeff Sittlinger. Over to Bryan, has the ball tipped away out of bounds by Bingaman, but the Trojans will control as Bingaman knocked the ball out of bounds for Millersburg. And so Mike Rao will inbound for UDA. I think he does here for Jeff Sittlinger. Jeff spinning around out front here, gives it back over here to brother Bryan Sittlinger. Into the corner it goes for Rao. Back out here for Bryan Sittlinger. Bryan tempted to go inside with it. Randy Joseph's got it, goes on the floor, rolls away from him. And back with it comes Millersburg again with 43 seconds remaining and an opportunity to tie. Dave Harmon with it. You don't want David to pop in, no 3-pointers over here. Here's Bingaman with it, running down the right baseline. Inside to Harmon, puts a shot up and in, and we're tied. 62 all. Nice pass by Bingaman to Dave Harmon underneath. And the Trojans are going to call timeout. So we've got 2 of the same kind of ball games unfolding here now as we go head-to-head here now with 26 seconds remaining. And we're all tied up at 62. Be right back. Trojans' Mike Rouse stands poised with just 26 seconds remaining. It'll be his job to inbound this ball to Upper-Dauphin, which will have an well, now they're going to switch. Okay, it's going to be Jeff Sittlinger with that job. He gets it in here to Bill Hepler, and now Jeff Sittlinger's got it. Time's going to run down here. We'll try to watch the clock with one eye and a ball game with the other eye. Here's a foul going to be called on Jason Bingaman, and that's kind of a dumb foul as we're tie, and it's going to send Jeff Sittlinger to the foul line. Jeff injured that left leg, or Brian Sittlinger to the lane. He's going to be shooting a 1-and-1, a very important 1-and-1, and a very important rebound attempt should Jeff miss this one. Here's his shot. It's good. Or Brian. Good job, Brian. He hits that big first one, gives the Trojans that 1-point margin, 63-62. As you see, there's 16 seconds remaining. Big second shot coming up. It looks good. It is good. And timeout's going to be called now by Millersburg, I think. No, wait. No timeout. Just going to change a couple ball players in here now. 16 seconds remaining. Trojans up by 2, 64-62. Back with it comes Dave Harmon for Millersburg. Trojans desperately trying to beat these Indians here. Here's Bingham with a shot, no good. Rebound underneath, no good. Another rebound underneath, and the shot is no good, and a foul is called. And the foul is going to be on Millersburg. And that sends the crowd into a frenzy, I should say, as the foul is on Millersburg. And that is going to send a Trojan to the foul line with just 3 seconds. Terry Manning going to ask the referee about that call. At any rate, the call was underneath, and it's going to send Randy Joseph of the Trojans to the foul line with just 3 seconds remaining. And now it does appear as though Millersburg will call timeout. They do. Terry's going to ask the referee about that call again. And the Trojans will have to hang on for 3 seconds. They're going to have Randy Joseph at the foul line shooting a 1-and-1 when we come back. All eyes on Randy Joseph now with 3 seconds remaining. Randy at the foul line with a very important 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It's good. Okay, Randy nails the first one. And it is 65-62. Trojans now up by 3. One more here would do it. 3 seconds remaining. Here's his second shot. It is no good. Rebound and a tie-up's going to ensue, and it's going to stay Upper-Dauphin ball. With just 2 seconds remaining, the Trojans will end the Millersburg scheme here, I do believe. A 3-point margin, and that's going to give the Trojans the ball out of bounds with just 2 seconds left. 65-62. Inbound pass comes back here. Here's a shot. It's good if it goes. It won't go, but the Trojans do win the ball game, and they come out victorious with a final score of 65-62. Super job that time. Congratulations to Coach Scott Peters and to every one of these black-shirted Upper-Dauphin Trojans. They played one heck of a super ball game tonight, no question about it. And they do come off with a very deserved victory. So, fine job. They beat the Millersburg Indians. A good time was had by all. We'll see you next time. Again, good job. Congratulations. Loved it. See ya. Well, good evening, everybody, and we're set to go with a big basketball game between two top rivals here in our area, the Halifax Wildcats and the Upper-Dauphin Trojans. The Trojans send out Randy Joseph to jump center as we get set to begin the ball game. Jared Shoup will jump for the Wildcats of Halifax, and here we go. Ball's controlled by Upper-Dauphin. And it's going on the far side to Jeff Sittlinger, over to Brian Sittlinger. Here's a shot put up by Joseph, no good. Rebound comes off to Ebright, and back with it comes Bob Wagner. Long pass over the far side, tipped away by the Trojans. They got it back again. And Jeff Sittlinger has it for Upper Dauphin. Jeff down the lane, passes it, or no, oh, wait a minute, what did happen there? I'm not sure. A walk is called. Yeah, I thought the ball had stopped. And all of a sudden, Jeff's going to be called for a walk as he went into the lane. And that will give Halifax the ball back here now. Bob Wagner looking inside to go to someone, gets it back out to Scott Lau, and now Wagner's got it back again. Bob shoots for three. Up in the air it goes, no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. Mike Rao picking off that rebound, and Jeff Sittlinger coming back with it now for Upper Dauphin. Into the corner over here he goes, now in deep. Back outside here. Here's Bill Hepler for three. No good. And the rebound comes off over there to Jared Shoup. Over to the far side it goes here now. Bounce pass inside here for Pack. Tries to dribble in the lane, stops, pops the shot up, partially blocked by Joseph, and the Trojans get the rebound here now. Mike Rao coming up with it. And back with it comes UDA. Jeff Sittlinger. Driving all the way and dumps it off over here for Hepler, and Hepler goes up for the shot, and he is fouled. And Bill Hepler will go to the foul line shooting a pair. First trip to the foul line occurs here after Halifax picks up its first personal foul. Foul is on Brad Ebright. He picks up number one with 6 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the first period. No score. Hepler at the line shooting two. First shot no good. We still have both teams throwing a shutout here after about a minute and a half of play. Here's his second shot. It's good, and we have a 1-0 ball game. Upper Dauphin leading 1-0. Wagner down the left side here, drives down to the left baseline, pass it out in front here now to Pack. Over to the far side to Lau. He puts a shot up that won't go. Rebounded underneath, however, there by Ebright. And he is fouled. The shot did not go, but a foul is going to be charged to number 33 of the Trojans, and that is Mike Rao. Mike picks up his first. And since Brad was shooting, he will go to the line shooting two. Ebright's first shot, no good. So we have a 1-0 margin yet. Brad at the line to try his second attempt here. And this one is good, and we're tied 1-1. Brad Ebright 1, Bill Hepler 1. Jeff Sittlinger with it right now for UDA. Into the corner here for Rao. Inside, he dumps it to Hepler, back out to Rao. Long pass on the far side now for Jeff Sittlinger. He has it to brother Brian. No call there. And Mike Rao's got it back for the Trojans. Brian Sittlinger loses a handle on it again, and now he's going to be called for the foul. Brian lost it twice. And this time he's charged with a foul as he skidded into the area out here, and he commits a personal foul, and it's his first, the team's second. 5:54 remaining in the first period, tied 1-1. Pass inside. Here's a shot taken by Shoup. No good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. Mike Rao, 2-on-1. Pass on the far side to Hepler. And it's good. Bill Hepler scores, and it's 3-1. And now here comes a whole bunch of debris all over the floor, and a technical foul, I guess, or something. I'm not sure what, but they're going to have to do something here. And the coach over here, Coach Peters, now very upset with this. It's a technical foul on the home team. The crowd over here, this gang over here created that. Cheerleaders will go out and clean it up here now. So that was totally uncalled for as Dr. Hill comes down and tries to settle these guys down. Not much he could do about it. But it's a 3-1 and a technical foul call now, and Jared Shoup will go to the foul line for Halifax. And he'll be shooting two, and of course that'll give Halifax the ball out of bounds then. Sad turn of events, totally unnecessary, but here's Shoup with the first shot, no good. And he'll get one more now. Jared, normally an excellent foul shooter, puts his second one up, and that's good. And it's now a 3-2 ball game, and Trojans up by 1, but Halifax with the ball now. And they'll be able to take the lead if they can score here. Bob Wagner with it. Looking for Lau, has the ball tipped away, but Bob's got it back again. Scoots down the right side, underneath the bucket, dumps it back out here to Shoop. Jarrett fires it out in front here now. Here's Wagner for 3. It's good. And all of a sudden, the Halifax Wildcats are up 5-3. 5-3. Here's Hepler driving the right baseline. Passes out in front here now with the ball stripped away. And back with it comes Bob Wagner. He'll slow it down out at the center. And go into Halifax zone. Had it roll off of him, but he's got it back again. Scott Loud on the far side. Into the corner it goes. Here's a bad pass, and it looks like it could be picked up by a Trojan. It is. Here's a pass blocked, and then he goes out of bounds as Jeff Sittlinger tried to go up with the ball. Paul in there made a heck of a block for Halifax, and there are 3 Halifax ball players named Paul, and of course all I have is the last name. So that Paul made a fine block that time. Pass over here for Hepler. Spin around jump shot, good. All tied up at 5. Ahead here it comes now for Ebright. Brad Ebright over there. Dumps it back here to Bob Wagner. Long pass over here for Lau. He tries to put it inside. It's stripped away by the Trojans. And back with it comes Oberdoffen. This is Brian Sittlinger with it. Back out here. Here's Mike Rao with a shot. No good. Rebound comes off to Pack. And back with it come the Wildcats. Bob Wagner. Far side. Here's Pack with it. Stops. Pops. No good. And a foul is going to be called. This time the foul will be on Halifax's number 41. That's Scott Lau. And, or no, it's Paul rather. And he picks up his first. And back with it come the Trojans. Brian Sittlinger. Trojans and the Halifax Wildcats all tied up at 5. Brian Sittlinger trying to go into the lane, bounces it over to the far side. Randy Paul with a spin around jump shot, no good. Wagner with the rebound. He's a 3-on-1 break. Oh, and a block, and a blocking foul is going to be called on Bill Hepler. And to the foul line will go number 33, Pack. Sam Pack goes to the line for Halifax with 3:44 remaining in the first period, and a score all tied up. For Hepler, that is his first personal. Pack at the line, shooting 2. His first shot's good, and it's 6-5. The Wildcats of Halifax now up by 1. Sam gets his second attempt here now. And it is no good, rebounded by Hepler. Ahead it comes here now to Rao. He'll drop it back for Brian Sittlinger, and back come the Trojans. Now they're trailing by 1, 6-5, with 3:34 remaining. Here's the shot from on in front by Randy Joseph. No good. Rebounded by Halifax. Long pass down the court. And there is Bob Wagner for 2. Did not take long that time as Halifax hustled that ball down there in a hurry, and it's 8-5. Halifax up by 3. Out in front. Hepler with it. Stops. Pops into the lane. Puts a shot up. Nope. And a blocking foul is going to be called on Halifax. And I don't know whether they're going to call that a shooting foul or not. He was driving toward the bucket, but Pack picks up his first personal. The team's third, but they say that Hepler was shooting, so he'll get a chance to knock in a couple here. Here's his first try. It's no good. (8-5) with 3:11 remaining here in period 1. Second shot is also no good, and the rebound comes off to Brad Ebright. He clears the boards very strongly for Halifax, gives it over here to Bob Wagner. Here's a shot from outside. Hold it. A step's going to be taken. That time Wagner took a little skip as he sat up to make the shot, and it was called as a walk. Crowd inbound for the Trojans. Brian Sittlinger over here for Hepler. Now Sittlinger's got it back again. He stops, pops a shot up, won't go. Rebounded in there by Ebright again. Ebright getting a lot of rebounds on the defensive boards down here. Wagner into the corner. Bounce pass inside for Shoup. He's double guarded over there. Passes it back outside. Shot from the side, good. Sam Pack nails a two-pointer from outside. And it's now a 10-5 ball game. Brian Sittlinger inside, and back out it comes. Here's a set shot by Hepler from over here. No good. The rebound goes over to the far side, and Brian Sittlinger will pick up the foul as he went over the back of Jared Shoup, I believe it was. And we got 2:16 remaining as Brian Sittlinger picks up his second personal foul. And that's going to give Halifax the ball with 2:16 remaining in the first half. Or the first period, rather. Make that first period. Okay. Paul with it. Back here to... Paul has it back again. Drives on the right wing. Puts a shot up. No good. Rebound comes off to Sittlinger. And back with it comes Brian Sittlinger with a head of steam. Loses control. Bounces it back here to brother Jeff. Into the corner now. Inside deep. Joseph's Hepler turnaround jump shot. Good. 10-7. Phil Hepler nails one from about 10 feet out. Long pass over here now for Shoup. Drops it back here to Wagner. Wagner traveling down the left side here. Into the corner. Double teamed by a couple of Trojans out there. Gets it back over here to Paul. Paul dumps it inside to... okay, here's a walk call. Dumped it inside to Ebright, but Brad Ebright went for a walk with it. So the Trojans hanging tough in here now. Trailing by 3. It's 10-7. Trojans can narrow the gap to 1 with 1:24 in the clock moving here in the first period. Jeff Sittlinger on the left side. Out in front. Deep it goes. Here's Paul with a shot. It's good and a foul. And it looks like Brad Ebright, I think, will pick up the personal foul. And that's going to send Randy Paul to the foul line with an opportunity to tie up the ball game. We've got 1:13 remaining. It's 10-9, and Ebright picks up personal foul number 2. And he's going to check out of the ball game now as Landbatter comes in for Halifax. Randy will be at the line shooting one and finishing off a three-point jobber here. There's his shot. It's good, and we're tied at 10. And now let's see. Sam Pack's going to leave the ball game now as Larry Troutman, I think his name is Larry Troutman, comes into the ball game for Halifax. So it's Troutman, Wagner, Landvetter, Paul, and Shoup. Here goes Troutman with a bounce pass over on the far side. He stops, pops, blocked nicely there by Paul. Here's Landvetter with a shot. No good. Rebounded underneath to Hepler. Trojans coming back now with an opportunity to take the lead. We're tied at 10 with 52 seconds remaining. Joseph with a shot. It's good. And Randy Joseph puts the Trojans up 12-10 with 43 seconds remaining. Pass over here for Landvatter. Landvatter tied up out there by a couple of Trojans. Gets it over to Bob Wagner. Wagner bounce pass inside. Jared Shoup cutting across nicely inside the lane. And Wagner hit him with a decent pass. Real nice pass. And Shoup ties the ball game up at 12. Spinning in the lane is Brian Sittlinger. And a foul's going to be called inside there. Looks like this time it could be on 15, I believe. Yeah, okay. It's going to be Bob Wagner. He'll pick up his first, I believe. With 20 seconds remaining and tied up at 12. Sittlinger goes into steps up to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. Here's his first shot. It's good. And the Trojans lead by 1, 13-12 with 20 seconds remaining. First period. Pretty fast-paced action here now. Up and down the court. Here's the second shot. No good. Rebound comes off to a Trojan, and on the tie-up, it's going to be Halifax ball as Mike Rao and Mr. Paul from Halifax got it all tied up in there. And we got 18 seconds remaining here in period 1. Wagner inbounds over there to Paul. Ahead to Landvatter. He drives into the lane, tries to bounce it inside for Shoup. Shoup's got it down on the right wing. He stops, pops one from over there, no good. A rebound to go out of bounds this time off Mike Rao, and so it will remain Halifax ball. Troutman will inbound for the Wildcats. He does so way out in front here. Here's a shot for three. No good. Rebound's going to come off to the Trojans. Randy Joseph has it. Not much time left. In fact, that would be good if it went. However, it won't go. And so at the end of one period, a super effort by the Trojans now as they lead just by one, 13-12. Be back with the second period in just a moment. Ball game being broadcast on WQIN. Mike Calnon and somebody else, I think a man's name might be Bordner, doing the game for Quinn. Okay, beginning the second period with the Trojans up by one. Brian Sittlinger over here for Hepler. Inside he goes to Mike Rao. Back over here to Hepler. Hepler's going to shoot for three. It's no good, long on the far side. But the rebound comes right off in there to, wait a minute, 3 seconds going to be called. Mike Rao had the rebound, but 3 seconds was called, and I don't know if it was called on Mike. He might have been lingering in there waiting for the rebound. I don't know. At any rate, Wagner has it for Halifax. Travels down the right side, loses the handle momentarily, and now loses it, period, underneath there. But Halifax gets it back again, and Jared Shoup puts in two. And the lead seesaws back and forth here now as Halifax goes up by one, 14-13. Brian Sittlinger looking to go into the lane with it. Pops it inside, apparently for Mike Rao, but the pass is bad, and Halifax will take over. Troutman, and Troutman's got it now. Now back over there for Wagner. Back to Troutman. He's going to walk with it as Larry steps into the circle and goes for a walk. And it'll be Trojan ball now. Trojans with a good opportunity to take the lead. They trail by one, 14-13. Jeff Sittlinger into the lane, stops, pops one up short, gets his own rebound, saves it from going out of bounds over there. Here's a shot by Rao from the outside. No good. Randy Joseph knocks it away. And so it will be Halifax ball. Joseph went up strongly for it, but batted it out of the reach of two Halifax Wildcats. And so Halifax will bring it back with 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the first half. Wagner into the right wing corner for Shoup. He stops, pops from over there. It's good. Jared Shoup nails his second in a row. And it's now a 3-point margin, 16-13 for Halifax. Wagner inside, he goes to Hepler. Hepler's got it. Hepler has it stolen away from him by Wagner this time. Wagner goes up, misses the shot. Troutman for the rebound. He misses the shot. Trojans get it back. Wow. And now it's going to go out of bounds off Wagner. But boy, Trojans living right that time as Halifax with the break by Wagner. He missed it. Troutman right there. He missed one. And the Trojans come off of that one okay. Into the corner. Here's Mike Rao driving right baseline, and he's going to walk with it as Mike got tied up in there a little bit and was unable to get the dribble down. And it's called for a walk. 6:06 remaining, first half, 16-13. Halifax up by 3. Bob Wagner with it over the far side now. Into the corner again they go. Back out in front to Troutman. He dumps it inside, and it goes over in the corner. Here's a shot taken on the far side by Paul. No good. Rebound shot was no good. Here's another shot put up, this time by Wagner. And he loop-de-doops one up there, and it goes in. 18-13, Halifax. Jeff Sittlinger inside here for Joseph. He turns around, spins one up and in. Randy Joseph for 2. Margin back to 3. It's 18-15. 5:25 remaining first half. Wagner going around everybody down the left side here. Stops, bops it into the corner here. Back out in front to Troutman. Out to Wagner. He'll shoot for 3. That's no good. In and out. And Mike Rao with a rebound for UDA. Mike coming back with it. Tosses it over here for Jeff Sittlinger. Bounce pass over for Brian Sittlinger. Turnaround shot by Joseph. No good. And a rebound and a jump will ensue, and it's going to be Halifax ball. As it looked like, I think it was Paul and Hepler tied it up in there. Sam Pack coming back into the ball game now as Paul checks out for Halifax. Troutman, Wagner, Pack, Shoup, and Landvader in there now for the Wildcats. Wagner, top of the circle, drops it back over here for Shoup. Jared down the right side, puts a shot up, and a foul's called. No shot. Foul is called. Looks like Bill Hepler will pick up the personal. It was before the shot, so there will be no... Oh, he's going to shoot 1-on-1. Oh, yeah, both teams into the bonus. So Shoup goes to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. I'm not really sure who that foul was on. I missed it. But at any rate, Shoup is at the line shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot is no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. Back with it comes Jeff Sittlinger. Jeff spinning around. He'll shoot for 3. No good. Rebound over the far side to Shoup. Jared drops it back here now for Troutman. Troutman to the top of the circle. Works down the right side. Pass over here to Landvater. He goes into the lane. Pops the shot up. No good. A foul's called. And this time the foul will be on Mike Rao. And Landvater will go to the foul line, shooting 2. Mike picks up his second personal foul. Mike Rao does. Mike going to check out now. Mike played a pretty darn good ball game in there so far tonight. He checks out, and Rich Shadle comes in for Upper Dauphin. Here's Landvater at the line shooting a pair. His first shot is no good. I had to think about it, but decided not to go in. And so it's second shot coming in here for Landvater now. The second shot is good. Okay, he goes 1 for 2. And on the inbound pass, the Wildcats pick it off. Landvater's got it, shooting from the foul line, no good. Rebound by Shoup, tipped away here now and picked up by Randy Joseph. Ahead here he comes here now for Sittlinger, and Brian Sittlinger is fouled. And this time the foul will be on Bob Wagner. And Sittlinger presumably will go to the foul line, shooting 2, I believe. For Bob Wagner, that is his second personal foul. It came with 4:19 remaining here in the first half. Sittlinger at the line, shooting 2. This is Brian Sittlinger. His first shot's no good. 19-15, Trojans trailing by 4. Second shot, good, and now the margin's down to 3. It's 19-16. Wagner, long pass over here now for Pack. Sam being, oh, look out. Huffman, Brian Huffman picks up a personal foul. He just entered the ballgame. In fact, I didn't even see Brian come in, but he picks up his first personal foul on a kind of a cheap one over here as he just reached in a little bit on Sam Pack, and Pack will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. Here's Sam's first shot, and it is good. So he'll get one more try now, and that makes it a 4-point margin again. It's now 20-16 with 4:13 remaining in the first half. And Sam's second shot is no good. Rebounded on the far side there by the Trojans. Brian Huffman has it. Drops it back off here now to Brian Sittlinger. A pair of Bryans in here for UDA. Brian Sittlinger drives into the lane. Wait a minute. A foul is going to be called. Foul will be called. This time it's going to be an offensive foul, I guess you'd call it, as it's going to be called on the Trojans number 23. And Sittlinger picks up the foul. I'm not sure which one it is, but at any rate, Mr. Moon relaxes over there with 4:02 remaining. I don't know. At any rate, I'm not sure about that one, but at the foul line is Sam Pack now. He'll be shooting 1-and-1. His first shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Bill Hepler. Ahead they come here now. The Trojans with it. They can get the gap narrowed down to 2. Brian Sittlinger thinking about setting one up, but he likes not to. Well, now he's thinking about it some more. Inside it goes. Randy Joseph with a shot. Nice pass out there from Sittlinger. I believe it was, or was it Brian Huffman? I'm not sure. At any rate, to Randy Joseph inside. Into the corner it goes. Here's Shoup for 2. He's got it. Jared Shoup nails a couple. And it is now 22-18 with 3:20 remaining in the first half. Bill Hepler with a shot. Won't go. Rebounded on the far side by Shoup. He'll drop it back here to Troutman now, and away with it come the Wildcats. Here's a 3-shot attempt put up by Wagner, but it's no good. A foul's called underneath, and this time the foul, I think, will be on Landvetter of the Wildcats. Yep. Landvetter picks up his first, and that's going to send Rich Shadle to the foul line for the Trojans, and he'll be shooting a 1-and-1 with 3:10 remaining. Good ball game here now so far. Here's Rich's first shot. It's good. Good shot. Margin down to 3. 22-19. 3:10 remaining. And Rich will give it another go here now. Here is his second shot, and that's good. And we're a 2-point ball game. 22-20. Oberndorfen trailing by 2. Bob Wagner with it in the backcourt. Double team. Finally gets away over there now for Troutman. Troutman staggering down the right side. Nice little stutter step over there. Staggers up. Here's Troutman within the corner. Again, dumps it inside here for Pack, and Pack is fallen upon by Randy Joseph. And Pack's going to go to the line shooting a 1-and-1 as Joseph picks up the personal foul for UDA. It's his first. So no one really in foul trouble for either side here now with just under 3 minutes to play, 2 minutes 54 seconds. Sam Pack will go to the line, and he'll be shooting a 1-and-1. First shot, good. Nice shot by Sam Pack, and it's a 3-point margin now, 23-20. Sam's second shot is good also, and the margin's back up to 4. 24-20. Halifax Wildcats up by 4. Jeff Sittlinger bounce pass inside. They try to get it into Hepler. Now a foul's called underneath here, and I think this might be Pack coming up with this foul. It's going to send Hepler to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1 with no, the foul was on Wagner. That's his third. So now Bob Wagner in a little bit of foul trouble as he picks up number 3 with 2:45 remaining here in the first half. And Bill Hepler at the line shooting a 1-and-1. His first shot is no good. And the rebound to Jared Shoup goes up high and strong for it. And back with it comes Landvader. Over there for Paul. Now back to Troutman. Here's Shoup with it. Across the thing they go to Paul, and he goes for a 3 seconds. 3-second violation underneath. Timeout going to be called now here. Let's see who the timeout was called by. Timeout called by, I'm not sure. One thing I am sure of, the score is 24-20. Halifax with 2:35 remaining here in the first half. Okay, the timeout is over, and back with it come the Trojans now. 24-20. Halifax leads with 2:25 remaining in the first half. Huffman on the far side, down the left wing, gets it out front here now to Shadle. Back over to Huffman. Dribbles in once or twice, gets it back here to Jeff Sittlinger. Jeff drives into the lane, stops, pops a shot up and in, good. Nice shot by Jeff Sittlinger, and it's a 2-point margin. Long pass intercepted by the Trojans. Back with it they come. Huffman stops. He'll pop one high up the glass, but a foul will be called underneath. And it looks like number 53, Biddle, will pick up the personal foul for the Trojans. 24-22. Trojans with the steal. Had a golden opportunity to tie this ball game up, but instead, on the rebound, Mr. Biddle picks up the personal foul for UDA. That will send Landvader to the foul line for the Halifax Wildcats. He'll be shooting a 1-and-1. Landvader's first shot is no good. Rebound comes off to Landvader. Tips it back here now. It's going to be controlled by Troutman. He'll stop and pop for 3. It's good. Well, just like that. Now the Halifax Wildcats go up by 5. 27-22. Minute and 45 remaining. Jeff Sittlinger out in front here for Rich Shadle. Over the far side for Huffman. Bounce pass inside nicely to Joseph, and he is tripped. And Jason Shoup will pick up the personal. And that will send Randy Joseph to the line, shooting a 1-1. Joseph at the line to shoot 1-1 as Shoup picks up just his first on Jared. First shot, no good. Rebound comes off here to Pack, and Pack will drop it back here for Troutman now. Troutman crossed the line, spinning around on top here, over here for Shoup. Stops, pops a little 7-footer up that won't go. Rebound comes off to Halifax eventually. Landvater drops it off over there for Paul, and Paul puts a shot up and in. So the Trojans wanted to be close at half. It's now 29-22. I think the biggest margin for Halifax now, 7 points. Here's Ritchie with it. Back out in here. Huffman will pump up a 3-pointer. No good. Rebound to Joseph. Has the ball stolen out of his hands by Paul. And back with it comes the Halifax Wildcats over into the corner. Pack with it over here for Jason Shoup. Puts a shot up. Won't go. Rebound's going to come out here, though, and be controlled by Troutman of Halifax. He throws it out of bounds, looking for Shoup to break toward the net, I guess. And he made the pass, and Jared was not there. So the Trojans with an opportunity here to narrow the gap now with 40 seconds remaining in the first half. Jeff Sittlinger looking, passes it over here inside for Biddle. Back out here for Sittlinger. Now to drop it inside. Here's Biddle with it. Right baseline shot, no good. Rebound to Shoup, or rather to Paul. Down the far side it goes. Here's a shot taken by a Wildcat, and a foul is going to be called. And this time the foul is on number 33. Pack picks up the personal foul for the Wildcats. And let's see, that's going to send Huffman, no, Sittlinger, I guess. Jeff Sittlinger to the foul line. Pack picked up, nope, not Sittlinger either, I'm guessing. All right, looks like he had fouled Biddle. Biddle will go to the foul line as Sam Pack picked up his second personal foul with 22 seconds remaining here in the first half. Biddle at the foul line, shooting a 1-1. First shot, no good. Rebound to Jared Shoup. Jared comes off with it, fires it ahead down the far side here for Paul. He goes down into the right corner. Back out in front here now. Here's Troutman with a shot. It's good. 2 seconds. This shot's good if it goes. It's no good. And so the Trojans and the Wildcats will go at it here in the second half in just a moment. It's Halifax 31, UDA 22 at the half. Mike. Okay, we're ready to start the second half of the night's ball game now. Trojans trailing by 9, 22 to 31, 31-22 Halifax. Mike Rao back into the ball game now as we begin the second half of play. He fires it back here to Brian Sittlinger, and the Trojans are ready. Out here comes the Jeff Sittlinger, looking down the left side, back over to brother Brian. Into the corner. Back out in front here for Jeff Sittlinger. He loses a handle on it, but Bill Hepler gets it back. Brian Sittlinger with it now, or Jeff rather. Over to Brian now, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes off to the Wildcats. And this is Troutman with it. Inside deep to Jared Shoup. Spin around, jump shot, no good. Rebound, however, by Brad Ebright, and Brad is fouled. Brian Sittlinger apparently got a hand on Brad as he got the rebound and went up for the shot. And for Brian, that will be personal foul number 4, and that's going to take him immediately out of the ball game. And Brian Huffman will come back in for UDA. Inbound pass to Shoup. He stops, pops for 2, and it's good. 33-22, biggest margin of the game now. 11 points for Halifax. 33-22. Jeff Sittlinger, Brian Huffman over here. Brian, a good 3-point shooter. Get him wound up here a little later on. Kick ball off Paul. Is out of bounds, and so it'll be UDA ball. Here's Huffman. Into the corner here now for Hepler. Back over to Huffman. Now out in front to Sittlinger. Here's Huffman for three. Bryan. No, won't go, but he'll hit later on. Here's Paul with it. Double dribble. Holders, he gets tied up in there. Then he goes for a double dribble. Trojans will take over now. Mike Rao. Into the corner he goes to Hepler, and eventually out in front here to Jeff Sittlinger now. Sittlinger over here for Huffman. Down in deep for Hepler. Back across here for Sittlinger. Over the far side for Rao, and Rao has the ball tapped out of bounds by Ebright. I think Brad might have got a hand on it. At any rate, it's going to remain Trojan ball as Rao will inbound for UDA. Long inbound pass out here. Wow. For Sittlinger. Jeff nearly stepped across the timeline. Here's a pass over to the side here now. Out in front again for Huffman. Over here for Sittlinger. Sittlinger drives into the lane, puts a shot up short, and Jared Shoup comes away with it. Ahead here for Sam Pack, racing down the right side into the corner. Bounce pass inside for Ebright, puts a shot up, partially blocked. Second shot is also blocked, and a foul is going to be called. This time Randy Joseph will be called for the foul, and timeout is also going to be called by Upper Dauphin, I believe. Yep. And that comes with 6:14 remaining in the third period. Randy Joseph picks up personal foul number 2, and it's going to send Brad Ebright to the line when we come back following the timeout. Okay, the Trojan timeout is over. And Ebright at the line, shooting 2. Brad's first shot is no good. He'll get one more try here now. Second shot for Ebright is good. 34-22, 12-point margin now with Jeff Sittlinger taking it across the timeline for Upper Dauphin. Over here for Huffman, back over to Jeff. Because it go off his fingertips. No, they say it didn't go off his fingertips. They say it was just simply lost by Sittlinger. Mr. Peters and Mr. Huffman disagree with the call, but nevertheless, Halifax has the ball. Here's Sam Pack driving the right baseline. He's going to be called with a block. That is to say, Brian Sittlinger is going to be called with a block. Or sorry, too many Brians here. Brian Huffman pick up the personal foul. That's his second. None shooting variety. Team's third of the second half. And Troutman will inbound for Halifax. And now timeout's going to be called by Halifax as wisely Troutman called time because he could not get the ball in. So Coach Al Laskowski will talk to his Wildcats, who lead now by 12, 34-22. While on the other side of the coin, Mr. Peters will try to encourage his Upper Dauphin Trojans here to make a big comeback, and we'll be back and see if they can do it in just a second. Okay, the Halifax timeout is over here now. We'll watch this inbounds play here by Halifax. It comes in here to Paul. Drop it back here to Ebright. Stolen away nicely by Brian Huffman that time of the Trojans. And the Trojans can get back to within 10 here now as Jeff Sittlinger has it. Stops, pops it back to Huffman. Over the far side it goes. Now back out here to Sittlinger, over to Huffman. Huffman looking, bounce it over there to a Trojan. Here's a nice pass inside to Hepler, I believe it was. And Bill puts her home. Nice pass over there by Mike Rao. Sam Pack with it for the Wildcats. Back over here for Troutman. Deep into the right corner he goes. Passes it inside for Paul. Now back to Troutman. Long pass to Jared Shoup. A straight pass inside. And a foul's going to be called underneath. And I'm not sure here, 30-something or other for the Trojans, 33. That will be Mike Rao picking up his third personal foul with 5:13 remaining in the third period. So Mike getting himself in a little bit of a bind here now. Wildcats will inbound. Here's Jared Shoup with it. Far side, Troutman inside for Pack. Sam stops, pops one up the right side. It's good. Sam Pack gets himself a pair, and it's 28-24 with 4:55 remaining in the third. Huffman's got to get involved in these three-pointers here. Get the Trojans back in here. Here's Mike Rao from the side. And no good. The rebound comes back off to Paul. He gives it to Troutman. Troutman stops, gives it back to Paul. He shoots, won't go, gets his own rebound. That won't go. Rebound comes off to Hepler. Hepler throws the ball out of bounds here as he was trying to hit Huffman with a pass, but Bill fired the ball way high out of bounds, and it will remain Halifax ball here now as Troutman will inbound for the Wildcats. He does so. Pack just hands it back to him, and Troutman coming away with it now. Bob Wagner out of the game temporarily now. He's got a bunch of fouls, and Jared Shoup goes for a double dribble. Discontinued dribble that time for Jared, and now Bob Wagner comes back into the ball game. Wagner's got 3 fouls, I believe, on him for sure. He comes in and takes Paul's place. Brian Sidlinger fires it inside for Joseph, goes off of his hands, and back with it comes Shoup. Drives into the lane, puts a shot up, and a charging foul is going to be called on Shoup. Positively a charge that time as Jared went into the Trojan pile there, and he picks up his second personal foul, that's all. Jared picks up personal foul number 2 with 4:10 remaining in the third. Brian Sidlinger with it now for UDA. Crosses the timeline. Over here for Huffman. Inside to Joseph, has it go on the floor, but he got it back up again. Sidlinger tied up, trying to get it inside to Randy Joseph. That's stripped away again. Here's a ball for Wagner. He controls. Nice pass over here for Troutman. And Troutman puts her home, and timeout's going to be called. Or wait a minute. Okay. Somebody being warned about something by the referee here, and the Trojans call timeout here now. So I'm not sure what is happening here. But at any rate, Trojans call timeout with 3 minutes, 43 seconds remaining in the third, and they're trailing now by 14, 38-24. Okay, the timeout is over, and the Trojans have the ball back again. Here's Brian Sidlinger with it, trying to dump it inside. It's knocked out of the hands of Wetzel, I guess. I'm not sure. Anyway, he comes out, and Wagner with it. Troutman, far side to Pack. Back to Troutman. He'll step up for 3, and instead of dribbling, he just simply stepped up. Oh, Larry, I think his name is, going to be called for the walk. Trojans have the ball. 3:20 remaining here in the third period. Inside it goes. Here's a shot put up by Randy Joseph. No good. Rebound to Jared Shoup. Jared controls it, wings it back out here now to Pack. Sam stops, drops it to Troutman. Far side to Wagner. Bob with it. Passes it over here now for Pack. Pack going to try for a 3-pointer, and it's good. No, a 2-pointer, sorry. Only 2. He had stepped inside. Okay, 40-24, 16-point margin with 2:50 remaining in the third. Inside it goes. Here's a shot put up by Bill Hepler, and the shot was good, and Bill will go to the foul line, shooting for one more, trying to make it a 3-point play. Foul that time was on number 25, Troutman. He picks up his first. And Hepler at the line, shooting 1. Bill going to try to complete this 3-point play here. Shot, no good. Rebound by Jared Shoup. Over here for Troutman. Troutman spins around out here, gets it over to the far side, goes off of Wagner's hands, but Bob's got it back again, dribbles between a couple of Trojans, and eventually comes down here to Shoup, who dumps one in from about 12 feet out here on the right side. It's 42-26 with 2:20 remaining. Third period. Here's Sidlinger with it. Brian into the corner he goes. Chip Wetzel with a shot from over there. No good. Rebound underneath there by Bill Hepler, though, who takes the ball right away from Troutman and puts it home. It's 28-42 42-28. Trojans down by 14. Troutman with it. Over there for Wagner. Bob looking inside. Nothing going on in there. Brings it back out here to Troutman. Minute 48 remaining. Foul call underneath. Hold's going to be called, I think, on Chip Wetzel. And for Chip, that will be his first. It comes with a minute 48 remaining in the third period. At the line is Sam Pack. His first shot is no good. Rebound comes off to Hepler. He'll drop it back here for Brian Huffman. And back they come with a minute 40 remaining in the third. Sittlinger over there on the far side, back out in front. Joseph's got it. Hepler underneath. And a foul is going to be called. The shot did not go, but the foul will be on Troutman. And that'll be his second in about the last minute or so. Going to send Bill Hepler to the line, shooting 2. Bill shooting 2. Here's his first shot. Good. Nice shot by Hepler. He'll get one more try at it. Paul checks back into the ball game as Troutman comes out for the Wildcats. And the second shot by Hepler now is good also. So Bill makes a pair. Here's the inbound pass, goes off of the bank board, and then by Jared Shoup. Jared fired it off the back of the bank board, so the Trojans will take over here now. Wetzel will inbound for UDA. Over here he's got Brian Sittlinger. Brian puts a shot up on a alley-oop, I guess, attempt to Bill Hepler. And that was ill-conceived, I guess, or at least ill-executed, whatever. Threw the ball out of bounds. Trojans could have narrowed it to 10, but we got a minute 22 remaining here. Trojans down by 12 now, 42. Here's Wagner with it, goes underneath the bucket, looking around, dumps it back out in front here now for Shoup. Over to the far side to Pack. Pack will take it back, try to set something up. Wagner on the far side, drives the left baseline, puts a shot up, no good. Rebound comes off to Huffman. Brian Huffman with it, with a minute remaining in the third. Into the corner for Sittlinger. Out in front here for Joseph. Randy stops, pops one up, no good. Rebound by Hepler, and Hepler will be called for a foul. As Hepler went into Shoup, and Bill will pick up the personal. And we'll send Jared Shoup to the foul line for Bill Hepler. That's his third personal foul. Came with 52 seconds remaining in the third period. And it will send Jared to the line, shooting a 1-and-1. Shoup's first shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Wetzel. Chip controls it for the Trojans, and back comes Brian Sittlinger with it now for Upper Dauphin. Inside, turnaround jump shot, no good. Hepler underneath for the rebound. Shot is up, good, and he is fouled. Bill Hepler really getting loose underneath there, getting a couple of shots, and he gets fouled one more time here now. And the Trojans are going to need every foul shot, and Bill will be going for another three-point play here now. As Shoup picks up the personal foul. That's Jared's third. That came with 38 seconds remaining, and the Trojans trailing by 10. Hepler can narrow the gap here to single digits, and he does. And now Bill Hepler will check out as Biddle comes back. I think it's John Biddle comes back in again for UDA. Halifax taking over in the waning seconds here. Here's a steal by Brian Huffman. Over here for Sittlinger. Jeff into the lane. He's going to go for a wall. No, foul. Foul will be called. Number 41 will pick up the personal for Halifax. And that came with just 28 seconds remaining. 42-33. And second personal foul on Paul. And Sittlinger at the line shooting a 1-and-1. Jeff's first shot is good. 34-42 Trojans sneaking up on them here now. Trailing by 8. And Brian, or rather Jeff Sittlinger, can see if he can make it 7. Here's his shot. It is good, and we have a 7-point ball game now. 35-42. Ball nearly thrown away. Back with it come the Wildcats. Here's Ebright with it. He'll pass it over here now for Wagner. Wagner looking in for Shoup. Back over here for Trojan. Puts a shot way off the glass. No good. Rebound by 33. Blocked in there by the Trojans. And now a tie-up is going to ensue, and it's going to stay up here for Halifax. Both ball clubs really getting it going now. We got Randy Joseph, Wetzel, Sittlinger, and Huffman in there along with Biddle for the Trojans right now. Inbound pass, tapped away, knocked out of bounds, saved in there to Wildcat, and then Jason Shoup puts it home. Nice play. It looked like the Trojans had it stolen, but they took it back. Anyway, here's a long shot for 3. It would have been good had it gone, but it won't go. And so that's going to end a rather good third period here now. Fourth and final period should be quite exciting. We'll see. Both squads really getting into it now. We've got 8 minutes remaining in the ball game, and the Trojans trailing by 9. Halifax 44, UDA 35. Be right back. Yep. Okay, now fourth and final period unfolding here right before our very eyes. Sittlinger over to the other Sittlinger. Both Sittlinger boys back in the ball game. Here's Jeff Sittlinger with it. Stops, pops one up into the lane. No good. Rebounded in there, however, by Rao, and Mike puts it home. Good play. Good forecourt pressure here now. Wagner coming loose with it, however, for the Wildcats as he comes up nicely with it and gives it back over here to Paul. Now Sam Pack has it. Pack on this side. Out in front for Wagner. Bob's got it. Looking far side he goes to Paul. Paul winding around over there. Drops it into the corner here. Now looked like Pack was going to shoot, but instead he decides not to. Gives it to Ebright, who gave it over there to Shoup. And now Paul's got it. Paul spinning around. Top of the circle now. 7 minutes remaining. They've played about a minute here into the fourth and final period. Here's Wagner back out in front here now for Paul. Inside, Shoup, turnaround shot, no good. In and out it goes. Rebound's going to come off to the Trojans. It looks like Rao's got it. The 44-37. Trojans can narrow it to 5 with a bucket here. Pass trying to go inside with it is Brian Sittlinger. However, goes off of Paul's leg for Halifax out of bounds, so the Trojans will maintain possession. Brian back over there for Jeff. Goes off of Wagner that time out of bounds, so the Trojans will retain the ball. 6.5 minutes remaining. Trojans trailing by 7. Jeff Sittlinger into the corner. All the way over here now. Brian Sittlinger dumps it inside for Hepler, and Hepler nails it. And it's a 5-point ball game now. It's 44-39. Long pass up here for Ebright. He gets it across the timeline. Back here for Wagner. Wagner with it. Over here for Paul. Paul got it working around out in front here now. Wagner over the far side. Sam Pack standing there with it. Pack still has it. Over here, Troutman goes for a walk. Absolutely a walk call, or Paul rather. Paul goes for a walk, and now the Wildcats going to call timeout. So Trojans with an opportunity to come back here now. It's 44-39. With 5:51 remaining in the game, Trojans trailing by 5. Okay, here comes the Trojans now following the Halifax timeout. They can narrow the gap to 3. It's down to 5. Sittlinger tries to get it inside. Pass is tapped away. Here comes Jason Shoup with it. His pass is going to go out of bounds off of Randy Joseph. but it'll go out of bounds, and the Halifax Wildcats will maintain possession. Plenty of time remaining now, 5:37 in the ball game. Halifax up by 5, 44-39. Here's Wagner for 3 from the side. It won't go. Ball's going to be knocked out of bounds. Looks like it's going to go off of the Trojan over there, and will remain Halifax ball here now. Inbound pass nearly, whoops, he stepped on the line. Wagner stepped on the end line over there, and it will be Trojan ball. Trojans with another opportunity to narrow the gap to 3. If they go to 3, this crowd will go berserk. Jeff Sittlinger down the right side, into the corner. Jump by Hepler, no good, and a rebound comes off to the Wildcats. Well, the Trojans had their opportunity that time. Bob Wagner with it, over here for Paul. Back to Wagner. Down the left side, Bob's going to slow it down, get it out here to Paul again out in front. Over here on the near side. Sam Pack looking like he wanted to shoot for 3. Stops and pops for 2, and it's good. Pack for 2, and it's 46-39, 7-point margin again with 4:55 remaining right now in the ball game. Sitting over in the lane, dumps it over there for Randy Joseph. His shot is up and in good. And a 5-point margin again, 46-41. Whoop, wait a minute. Block is going to be called here on a Trojan. Looks as though the block will be on... Oh, okay, that's going to be on Mike Rao, and that's going to send Mike out with 5, I believe. We'll see. Foul was on Rao, and that is Mike's 4th. No, only his 4th, with 4:45 remaining, and he goes out of the ball game now. Rich Shadle comes in to take his place. Mike playing a hustling, very aggressive ball game in there. Here's the first shot by Paul, no good, and the rebound comes off to the Trojans once again with an opportunity to narrow it to 3. It's 46-41. Brian Sittlinger has the ball knocked away once again. Over there it goes. Here goes Paul in for a shot, and it's good. 48-41. Jeff Sittlinger with it this time. Jeff will shoot for 3. No good. Rebound comes off to Wagner of the Wildcats, and back he comes with it. Wagner out in the front here. Drops it into the corner here for Paul. He has the ball knocked away from him by Bill Hepler out of bounds. It will remain. Wait a minute. No, it looked to me like, looked to me as though it came off of a Trojan. Trojan's getting a break here now, as the ball seemed to be knocked out of the hands of a Wildcat. So 48-41 now with exactly 4 minutes. We're inside of 4 minutes remaining now. Here's Hepler with it into the corner. Sittlinger will go for a walk with it. And it's going to be Halifax coming back with it now. Hepler, far side here now for Troutman, who is back into the ball game for Halifax. Here's shoot from the side for 2, no good. Rebound on the floor, kicked around here now. It's going to go out of bounds, and it'll be Halifax ball. As Troutman will inbound the ball for the Wildcats. Over here for Shoup. Jarrett about 12 feet out decides to go back with it. Here's Troutman. Ebright over to Shoup. Back out in front here now for Pack. He'll dip it back over here now, and Pack's got it back. Sam with it. Troutman now. Not sure what to do with it. Pass it inside for Wagner. He puts a shot up, no good. The rebound comes off to Rich Shadle. He'll drop it back here now for Sittlinger. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Joseph with a shot. It's good. 48-43. Margin back down to 5. Ooh, foul's going to be called. Oh, foul is called on Jeff Sittlinger. UDA coaches do not agree. However, Jeff will pick up the foul, and Wagner will go to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. 3:03 remaining. Mr. Moon neglects to put the foul up for Sittlinger, so I don't know how many he's got. First shot, however, is no good, and Pack gets the rebound. Stops, pops. No good, and a foul will be called underneath. Hold it. This time the foul will be on Jared Shoup. And a Trojan will go to the foul line shooting a 1-and-1 as Shoup picks up his 4th personal foul with 2 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the ball game. To the line will go the untested Rich Shadle. I don't think Rich has been in the line tonight yet. So we'll see what, yes, he was. That's right. Rich puts the first one in. I remember Rich being at the line because as soon as the referee hands Rich the ball, man, he is ready. He pops that sucker up there right away. Here it is. Second shot. No good. Rebound comes off to Hepler. He puts a shot up and in. And now we do have a ball game, folks. The score now, 48-46. Trojans trailing by 2 with 2:45 remaining. Here's the ball nearly stripped away again. Out of bounds it goes. It's going to be Oberhofen ball. Great job out there by the Trojans, and they got to call timeout is Halifax now, as Sam Pack had the ball stripped away from him, and the crowd is starting to go just a little bit berserk here now for the Trojans. Super job. The Trojans have come back to within 2 with 2 minutes, 43 seconds remaining. It's Halifax 48 and the Trojans 46. Okay, the timeout is over, and I'll tell you, this gymnasium is almost unbearable. The noise in here. Trojans trailing by 2, 2:43, plenty of time remaining in the ball game as Jeff Sittlinger sets it up on the far side for UDA. Over in front here for Bryan, and Bryan walks with it. Unbelievable. Bryan goes for a walk and wow, gives the opportunity back to the Halifax Wildcats. Here is Wagner with it. Far side for Troutman. Troutman's got it double teamed over there. Gets it back here to Bob Wagner. Now over to Troutman again. Or rather, yeah, Troutman again. Into the lane he goes. Dumps it over to the far side. Jared Shoup, and a foul is called. Hold it. No shot. No bucket. Foul is going to be called on a Trojan underneath. Shoup will go to the foul line shooting a 1-and-1, I would presume. There will be no foul, or no shot, I mean. Blocking foul, 1-and-1 will be the call as Jeff Sittlinger picks up his 2nd personal foul. And to the line goes Jared Shoup. Shooting a real serious 1-and-1 for his Halifax Wildcats. Here's his first shot. Good. 3-point margin now, 49-46, Halifax up by 3. Shoup will go to the foul line, trying for number 2. Jared looks determined. Here's his shot. It is good. So he puts a pair in, and it's now a 4-point margin, 50-46. Halifax leading now with 2:10 remaining. Sittlinger into the lane, stops, dumps it inside here. Here's Hepler going to the bucket. Good. Bill Hepler for 2, and it's a 2-point margin, 50-48. Long pass intercepted by the Trojans. Randy Joseph into the ball game, puts a shot up. It won't go, but a foul is going to be called. And the foul will be on Wagner. Bob Wagner picks up the personal foul, and to the foul line will go Randy Joseph of the Oberhofen Trojans. And Randy will have an opportunity to shoot for 2 here. So Randy actually with an opportunity to tie it up. Referees are going to confer on this one and hold everything now. This ref's going to go over and say something. He might call it a non-shooting, as Wagner picks up his 4th personal foul with 1:55 remaining. Scott Peters going to inquire as to what's going on here now. And it looks like they need a towel or something. Not sure what, but at any rate, all eyes are on Randy Joseph right now with 1:55 remaining in the contest. And Randy able to tie it up here for the Trojans for the first time in a long time. Trojans with a tremendous comeback here now. Trail by 2. Okay. Randy's shot won't go, but he'll get another one. Plenty of time remaining. We'll need this one, so let's hope Randy has not lost his concentration. And we hope he can pop this one in here now. The 2nd shot, no good. Rebound comes off, and the Trojans still trail by just 2. No problem. Bob Wagner with it. Far side here for Troutman. In deep for Jared Shoup. Swings it out here for Wagner. Over there for Troutman. Back over here to Wagner now. Bob Wagner into the corner here for Pack. Back over to Wagner. Wagner will hold it. Tries to sneak in, but nothing doing there. Gives it back to Pack. Now back to Wagner. Minute and a half remaining. It's 50-48. Only a 2-point margin. So here's a ball stolen away by Bill Hepler. What a tremendous play by Hepler. And so all of that got Halifax nothing and gets the Trojans another opportunity. Jeff Sittlinger over here dumps it inside. Randy Joseph, spin around jump shot. That won't go. Hepler inside. No foul called, and the ball going to be saved in very nicely by Bob Wagner. And back with it comes Troutman for Halifax. He has the ball stripped away from him. Ball loose. It goes out of the bounds over there. No, wait a minute. It's going to go off of Sittlinger, who made one heck of an effort to get it, did Jeff Sittlinger. But it went off of Jeff, I guess, and it's going to be Halifax ball with 1:02 remaining. 50-48, Halifax. Troutman will inbound for the Wildcats. Inbound pass here to Wagner. Wagner drives the right left baseline, puts a shot up, won't go. Ball is taken by the Trojans with an opportunity to tie it with 54 seconds remaining. 50-48. Jeff Sittlinger with it. Down here he comes. A foul's going to be called, and Wagner will be called with a fourth personal foul, and that's going to cause Bob Wagner to leave the game as he fouls out on a block, and that's going to bring in Paul again for Halifax. Wagner picks up his fifth with 49 seconds remaining, and it'll be a 1-and-1 shot in here for somebody on the Trojans. I'm not really sure whom. Let's see who it will be. It looks like it's going to be Rich Shadle at the foul line. Now Rich, pretty good foul shooter. Rich will be there, and he'll pop in, or try to pop in, 2 for the Trojans, which would give the Trojans a lead. First shot, no good. Rebound comes off to Jared Shoup of Halifax. And back with it now comes Troutman. Over the far side for Shoup. Troutman's got it back again. Paul has it for the Wildcats. Looking inside, all alone inside. Oh, wait a minute. All alone inside is Jared Shoup, and Richie Shadle does a flying leap right over Shoup. It'll be a 1-and-1. And timeout's going to be called by somebody. Okay, UDA calls timeout. The score is 50-48 in a riotous ball game now. 38 seconds remaining. We'll be right back with the final 38 seconds. Jared Shoup will be at the foul line for the Wildcats, shooting a 1-and-1. The timeout is over. Shoup will go to the foul line, and as he went to the foul line, Rich Shadle said something to him, just something funny, I think. Jared kind of just grinned at him, so these two guys are probably friends. I hope so. Shoup at the line shooting a 1-and-1, a very important 1-and-1. He misses the first shot, but there's Ebright with a follow-up rebound shot, no good. Ball onto the floor, and Sam Pack puts it in with 30 seconds remaining. A 4-point margin now, 25 seconds remaining. Inside they go to Randy Joseph. Here's the inbounds, and a foul's going to be called on the inbound pass. Blocking foul called on number 23, Sittlinger, but that came with just 19 seconds remaining. But the Trojans with an opportunity now, as he will go to the line shooting a 1-and-1. And for Sittlinger, that was his fifth. So Brian Sittlinger fouls out with 19 seconds remaining. And it's going to send Brad Ebright to the foul line as the man of the hour right now for the Halifax Wildcats, as he'll be shooting a 1-and-1. Very important 1-and-1. 19 seconds remaining. Trojans down by 2, Halifax with the ball. Brad's shot, no good. Rebound comes off to the Trojans. 16 seconds remaining. Here's Sittlinger with it. Can we tie it? Over it goes here to Hepler. Hepler inside to Joseph. Randy drives into the lane, puts a shot up, no good. Rebounded in there, it goes off the hands of, off of Shoup, I think. And we've got 6 seconds in the This is it, the ball game for the Trojans. Timeout going to be called by Halifax. Trojans will have the ball with just 6 seconds remaining. What a ball game. 52-50. We can either be looking at OT or a Wildcat victory. We'll know in just 6 seconds. What a game. Okay, the timeout is over. The Trojans must get this ball in. They must get a shot off, and it must go. Here we go. Inbound it comes with 6 seconds remaining. Out in front to Joseph. Spins it around underneath, and that's going to be the ball game as time is going to expire with Halifax and the Trojans never getting a shot. Foul is called down here. No, wait a minute. The ball game is over. A foul was called. However, the Trojans on the inbound pass never did get a shot off. So, amazingly enough, with only 6 seconds remaining, the Trojans went for a little bit too much razzle-dazzle, I guess. And Coach Leskowski and Coach Shadle out here discussing something as Coach Peters begins the congratulations. So final score, 52-50, a heartbreaker for the Trojans, but a super-duper ball game. And Halifax hanging on, led at one time by as many as 14, I believe, but finally win by a scant 2 points as they put on a 52-50 victory. Absolutely super job by both ball clubs in one heck of a fine effort. Okay, till later, it will. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to Upper Trojan basketball. Tonight, the Trojans have come over here to Halifax to play their arch rival, the Halifax Wildcats. And we're having the introduction of the Upper Dauphin team now, and the Halifax team will be introduced here in a second. Trojans coming off of a big win against Millersburg just a couple of nights ago, and looking to upset these Halifax Wildcats tonight in their own gymnasium. The Wildcats have been tough. They won the first half championship. They are having an excellent year and are leading or are tied for the second half championship, and they're being introduced right now. So this should be a heck of a good ball game. The Trojans, in defeating Millersburg the other night, Millersburg had not lost a game in their second half of play, and the Trojans upset them at home at the Trojan Gymnasium. So we should have one heck of a good ball game tonight. We'll be looking, among other things, for senior Jared Shoup to get his 1,000th point tonight. He would hope to do that against the Trojans here. He only needs 11, and it's hard to believe that the Trojans could hold him down from that. So that'll be a highlight for Jared tonight, as he should score his 1,000th point. So the Trojans will have their hands full. I think Halifax is in for a good ball game, and we'll be back with the opening tip-off here in just a little bit. Okay, getting set to go here now with the opening tip-off. The Trojans will send out Randy Joseph, Brian Sittlinger, along with Brian Bellis. Our big guy out there, Bill Hepler, and the fifth guy for the Trojans tonight will be Mike Rao. All of these guys played a Super Bowl game the other night against Middleburg, so we'll see how they make out. Randy Joseph will jump center with Jared Shoup as we get set to go here. It'll be Shoup, Troutman, Ebright, wait a minute, some kind of a fake jump here. Jump was no good, so they'll do it again. Bob Wagner in there, and let's see, we'll pick up the other guy here in a second. Scott Paul. Okay, back with it come the Wildcats now to get things going here on the offense. This is Bob Wagner with it. Wagner top of the circle into the side over here for Paul. He tries to dish it inside to Shoup. It's stolen away by the Trojans. Back with it comes Bellis. He has the ball knocked out of bounds over there by Bob Wagner. And it will be UDA ball on the side. Mike Rao will inbound for the Trojans. This is Brian Sittlinger with it for UDA. Near side here for Mike Rao. Mike tangled up out there, gets loose, gets it inside here to Hepler. Back over to Rao on the right baseline. Shot put up no good. He gets his own rebound, however, and his second shot's no good. And with it, coming off with it is Jared Shoup for the Wildcats. Far side over there for Larry Troutman. Near side for Wagner for three. It won't go. Rebound comes off to Bill Hepler. Back with it come the Trojans now. It's a 0-0 ball game. We played 1 minute of the first period. Mike Rao, inside they go here now for Hepler. Back out in front. Here's Bellis for two. Brian Bellis gets the first 2 points of the ball game. It's 2-0 Upper Dauphin. Troutman ahead here now for, here's Ebright, Brad Ebright underneath. And Ebright puts it home, and we're tied at 2. Good move that time by Ebright. Underneath there, Sittlinger with it. Far side to Brian Bellis. Brian looking inside, driving the left baseline, stops and gives it back out here to Hepler. Hepler out in front for Brian Sittlinger. Sittlinger in the lane to Bellis, back over here to Mike Rao. Mike Rao for three. It's good. Rao hits a three-pointer. It's 5-2, Upper Dauphin by 3. 6 minutes, 18 seconds remaining in period 1. Near side here for Jason. He's going to try for three. Shots no, or Jared rather. Shoot no good, and rebound comes right off here to Troutman. Bob Wagner out in front with it. Inside they try to go with it. It's tipped away in there by Joseph out of bounds. Randy got a big paw on it. Knocked it out of bounds, and Troutman will inbound for the Wildcats. Bob Wagner with it. Driving. Inside they try to go here to Ebright. He has the ball lost out of bounds, and it's going to be Upper Dauphin ball. As Brad tried to save it, and Brian Sittlinger will inbound for the Trojans. Does so over here for Mike Rao, and Brian's got it back. Trojans up 5-3 with 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here in period 1. Randy Joseph dumping it over here. Outside it goes to Sittlinger, who loses a handle on it. It's going to go out of bounds, tapped out of there by Bob Wagner. And the Trojans will maintain possession as Mike Rao will inbound. Here's a nice inbound pass for Bill Hepler right underneath, and Hepler hits it. And it's 7-2 Upper Dauphin. 5:30 remaining in period 1. Over here for 41. He puts a shot up and in good. And it's 7-4. UDA by 3. It was Scott Paul with the last bucket. Here's Mike Rao inside. Bill Hepler, spin away, jump shot, no good. The rebound comes off to the Wildcats. Bob Wagner with it. He'll set up for three, puts a shot up, look good from here, but it won't go. Rebound over to the far side there, and a shot taken by Ebright, and Ebright is fouled. He'll go to the line shooting 2. Ebright at the line for 2, and his first shot is short off the front of the rim, no good. Randy Joseph picked up the personal foul, his first. And Ebright's second shot is no good also, and rebound's going to go off over there to Jared Shoup. He controls. Over here for Wagner. Bob takes a walk as he goes into the lane. And that's going to turn the ball over to the Trojans now, and the Trojans still with that 3-point margin, 7-4. Brian Bellis will inbound for UDA. Pair of Bryans here, Brian Bellis, and now Brian Sittlinger with it. Sittlinger passing it over there, intended, I guess, for Rao. Picked off nicely there by Paul. Bounce inside here. Here's a shot put up by Ebright, but he's going to be fouled by Mike Rao. Mike will pick up his first and going to send Brad Ebright to the foul line for the second time in a row here now. And Brad will be shooting 2. Ebright at the line for 2. His first one is no good, so Brad has now missed 3 out of 3. And he'll get one more chance here now. His second shot is short, way short. In fact, it's an air ball. It'll be taken out of bounds over here by the Trojans underneath. Brian Bellis will inbound. So Wildcats getting off to a slow start here this evening. There's no question about that. And the Trojans with an opportunity to make some hay while the Cats are cold. Brian Sittlinger with it near side. Inside here for Randy Joseph. His turnaround shot's good. Randy Joseph nails a nice bucket from about 15 feet out. It's 9-4 Upper Dauphin. Troutman into the lane, going to go all the way in. Puts an underhanded shot up, no good. Second follow-up shot, no good. Third shot going to be put up, and that's no good. And this time I guess it's going to be Ebright being fouled again. Brad getting nailed as he gets under there very viciously and got himself nailed for the third time tonight. So he'll be at the line trying to put another one or two in. He'll get two. First shot, an air ball. So, boy, I'll tell you, the Halifax shooting has been cold, to say the least. And we'll see if Ebright can continue this. He puts his second one up, no good. He's missed 6 this in the opening period. 6 potential shots. Bounce pass underneath here. Here's Mike Rao. Poses, stops, and pops. Good job. Mike with a fast break, and the Trojans lead 11-4. There's a pass down here now, and there's Paul with a shot. It's good. Scott Paul puts in a bucket and makes it now 11-6 with 3:35 remaining in period 1. Pass on the far side for Bellis. Brian dumps it inside here. Joseph with a turnaround shot. It's good. The bucket will count, and a foul is called. Great job that time by Joseph. And the foul will be on, let's see, Jared Shoup picks up his first personal, the team's first. And that's going to send Randy Joseph to the foul line for the Trojans, shooting 1 to finish off a 3-pointer. It's 13-6. The Trojans up by 7, and Randy can make it 8, and he did. Randy Joseph pops one in, and it's now 14-6 with 3:29 remaining in the first period. Long pass down here now for Shoup. Jared's got it, winds around, pass over on the far side. Here's a shot taken from over there, no good. Rebound comes right off here to Bellis, and it's knocked out of bounds. No, a foul is going to be called. The foul will be on Scott Paul. He'll pick up his first, be non-shooting, of course. But a timeout is now going to be called by Mr. Laskowski, as he's going to have to talk this over with his currently cold Halifax Wildcats. 3 minutes, 17 seconds remaining here in period 1. The Trojans up by 8. 14-6. Be right back. Okay, the Wildcat timeout is over, and the Trojans inbound the ball here now as Brian Sittlinger brings it slowly up the court for the Trojans. They'll try to set something up under here. Near side to Mike Rao. Mike dribbling the right baseline, stops, brings it back out here to Hepler. Inside they go. Here's Randy Joseph, and Joseph will be called for a walk that time as Randy spun around in the lane, and he gets called for the walk as he apparently moved the pivot foot. And that will give the Halifax Wildcats an opportunity to narrow the gap. He's back with it. Now comes Troutman over on the far side for Wagner. Dumps it inside here for Paul. Inside it goes, and a layup shot missed. There's Jared Shoup with a follow-up shot, though. Or no, sorry about that. Brad Ebright, sorry. And Ebright makes it a 14-8 game now. 6-point margin for the Trojans. Inside they go. Bill Hepler with it. Bounces it back out, but a foul is going to be called, and Bob Wagner will pick up the personal. Be the team's third. And be a non-shooting as Wagner picks up the foul. His first, team's third, and the Trojans will inbound with 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in period 1. Mike Rao inbounds here to Randy Joseph. It's tapped away, goes out of bounds off the back of Bill Hepler as Jared Shoup made a nice defensive play that time for the Wildcats. Batted it out of bounds off Hepler, who never even saw it coming, and back with it come the Wildcats. Here's Wagner for 3. It's no good. Rebound on the far side, though, is going to be tapped out of the gym by 41. No. Apparently it was tapped out by a Trojan. And Troutman will inbound for Halifax. Does so in here for Shoup. Shoup with a shot, good. Jared nails a pair, and it's now a 14-10 ball game. The Trojans' margin is cut back to 4 now. Here's Sittlinger with a shot. Blocked away in there by Shoup. Away comes Paul with it. He puts a shot up and in. It's good, and the Trojan margin is down to 2. 14-12. Halifax now trailing by 2. Brian Sittlinger for the Trojans. Setting it up over here to Hepler. Hepler for 3. Looks good. It is good. Bill Hepler nails a 3-pointer for the Trojans, and that widens the gap a little bit. It's now 17-12. Upper Dauphin. Troutman with it. Into the corner it goes. Here's Jared Shoup with a shot. No good. Rebounded in there by Ebright. He puts a shot up and in. Brad Ebright gets a pair, and it's 17-14. Good, super good ball game unfolding here tonight between these two rivals. Brian Sittlinger, guarded out there by Wagner, has the ball nearly stolen away. Mike Rau's got it, goes onto the floor with it as Paul bothers him. There's a pass inside. It's going to be kicked by Wagner. Bob got a foot on it. And into the ball game now comes John Biddle as Randy Joseph goes out for the Trojans with 1:12 remaining in period 1. 17-14. UDA up by 3. Mike Rau with it. Near side over here for Sittlinger. Inside deep they go. Now back out to Sittlinger. Mike Rau for 3 from the side. It's good. Mike Rau. And boy, I'll tell you, get Mike Rau hot. And it's going to make a difference here. We've got exactly a minute or a little less to play now. It's 20-14. Over to the near side it comes here out in front to Wagner now. Under deep. Jared Shoup with a shot. Good. And Jared's got 4 of them tonight. I think he needs 11 to get his 1,000th point. And he's got 4. Winding it down, we got 38 seconds remaining in period 1. Sittlinger, far side over there now for Biddle. Back out in front, Rau. Nice pass inside. Turnaround shot by Hepler is good. Bill Hepler hits it. It's 22-16, a 6-point ball game. Upper Dauphin up by 6. Bob Wagner, Jared Shoup over on the far side. Now out in front. Here goes Troutman. Looked like a walk, but no call. Ebright on the rebound underneath. Picks the ball up and puts it up after picking up not a rebound, but a pass off the paint and stuck it in. And it's 18-22 ball game. Ball knocked out of bounds by Scott Paul. And it will be UDA ball with 3 seconds remaining, just 3. Mike Rau passes it inside, has the ball batted away. Here's Bellis with it, puts up a weak shot with his left hand at the buzzer. So an excellent first period for UDA as the Trojans take the lead into the second period. It's 22-18 UDA. Ready to begin the second period of play here now as Scott Peters has a conversation here with the referee. But Mike Rau will inbound the ball for UDA as UDA gets possession to begin period number 2. And now there's still some concern over here about something as both Scott Peters and Al Laskowski discussing something with the officials. May have to do with the people standing along the baseline or something. At this point, I'm only guessing, but we'll see. Okay. It was some fans walking back along the sidelines or the end zone that was the concern of Coach Peters, and so they made the announcement, and I think we'll have that taken care of. Okay, here's a pass inside here for Mike Rau. Gets it back over here, and it's going to be stolen away. Bob Wagner with it racing down here. He's going to hold up now. Now he goes into the paint, puts a shot up. It's good. Wagner with a good steal and a good layup from about 6 feet out. And it's now 22-20, a 2-point ball game for UDA. Here's a shot blocked in there by Ebright. Randy Joseph's got it back. Struggles to put a shot up. Gets a shot up, and the rebound comes off to Brad Ebright. Dumps it back off here to Larry Troutman, and back they come. This is Bob Wagner with it as the Halifax Wildcats now with an opportunity to tie up the ball game. Over on the far side, here's Shoup with a shot from the side. No good. Rebounded by Bill Hepler. Hands it back here to Brian Bellis, and he gave it to Brian Sittlinger, and back they come. Trojans now with an opportunity to open up a 4-point margin here. Here's Hepler. Turnaround jump shot. No good. Rebound going on the far side. Bob Wagner picks it up for the Halifax Wildcats. He goes into the paint again, driving to the bucket, puts it in good. Wagner for 2. And we're all tied up at 22 all with 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first half. Brian Sittlinger out here. Trojans had that at one time by 6. Here's Hepler inside, goes to the bucket strongly, and Bill Hepler puts in 2, gives the Trojans a lead back again, as it's probably going to seesaw back and forth now. 24-22 Upper Dauphin. Bob Wagner stops, puts it over here now for Paul. Wagner's got it back into the corner. Jared Shoup inside for Ebright. He puts a shot up, no good. Bill Hepler with a rebound on the far side. Bill blocked out good that time and got a good, strong rebound. Bellis, near side. Here's Mike Rowell for 2. It's in and out, no good. Rebound put up there by Bill Hepler. Hepler with a fine rebound, and it's now a 26-22 4-point margin for the Trojans. And back with it comes Bob Wagner. Far side now for Troutman. He goes inside, tries to go inside. Ball tapped away, but recovered by Wagner. Bob's got it out in front. Over to Troutman again. Larry dribbling around with it over there now. Tries to pass it inside to Ebright, but it rolled loose, and Wagner got it back again. Here goes Wagner. Bounces it inside. And hold it. 3 seconds going to be called inside there now as Ebright, who got the pass inside, but kind of mishandled it. And rolled around in there and caused Brad to stay in for 3 seconds. And so back with it come the Trojans with an opportunity to widen the gap to 6. 26-22 with 5:20 remaining in the first half. Sittlinger inside here for Joseph. Randy with a turnaround jump shot, good. Fine bucket by Randy Joseph, and it's 28-22 as the Trojans open up the margin again. It's up to 6. Wagner, far side now for Troutman, 4-3. No good. Rebound comes off, however, to Brad Ebright. His shot's no good, and back with it come the Trojans. Here comes Brian Bellis with it. Bounce pass over here intended for Mike Rowell, but a bad pass that time by Brian Bellis, and the Trojans lose an opportunity to put an 8-point lead on the Wildcats here. But at any rate, back come the Wildcats. Bob Wagner with it. Near side to Scott Paul, and now Wagner's got it back again. Over there for Troutman. Back to Wagner. Wagner for 3 from way outside. No good. Rebounded to Jared Shoup. Spin around shot. It's good. Jared's got 6. And back with it now come the Trojans. Yeah. Here's Sittlinger. Brian Sittlinger working outside the 3-point circle here now. Gives it to Brian Bellis. Far side for Mike Rowell. Dumps it inside here. Randy Joseph, spin around shot. Good! Randy Joseph with a fine bucket. And it's 30-24. Trojan margin still at 6 with 4:05 remaining in the first half. Bob Wagner near side over here now for Paul. Over to Wagner again, out in front. Back to Paul, goes off his fingertips, going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be Upper Dauphin ball now. As Trojan's going to send a couple of new ball players into the game now. Brian Sittlinger, and let's see. Well, Brian Sittlinger came in, and for Brian Huffman, I mean, and Rich Shadle in the ball game now. Shadle, Huffman, Hepler, and Randy Joseph. Ball tapped away here by Bob Wagner. He makes the steal, and a foul's going to be called back here. No bucket, as Brian Sittlinger will pick up the personal foul. And that would be a non-shooting foul. And the Wildcats will inbound the ball now. As, let's see here, they're going to bring it over here on the side. Okay, Troutman will inbound for the Wildcats to Bob Wagner. Back to Troutman. Looking inside, Jared Shoup's got it. Turns around, pops. It's good. And Jared's got 8. Jared 3 points away from his 1,000th point now. And the Trojans now up by 4, 30-26. Sittlinger, good bounce pass inside. Hepler with a turnaround shot. Will it go? It does, and it's good. And a foul is going to be called. And Bill Hepler will go to the line to finish off a 3-pointer. Foul is on Brad Ebright, his first. Came with 3:17 remaining in period 2. And Hepler at the line trying to finish off a 3-point play. No good. The rebound comes off to Jared Shoup. It's wrestled for there. and it's going to be upper Dolphin ball as Jared got himself tied up by 3 Trojans. And it will be UDA ball now as Richie Shadle will inbound for the Trojans. He does so over here to Brian Sittlinger. Inside deep it goes here now for Randy Joseph. His shot put up, no good. Rebound comes off to Scott Paul. And back with it comes Bob Wagner for Halifax. Over on the far side, Troutman with it. Back out to Wagner. Wagner stepping inside here, gives it back out to Paul. And Wagner has it over on the far side. Larry Troutman dribbles once, pops the shot up, good. Troutman for 2 and makes the score 32-28 with 2:35 remaining in the first half. Trojans up by 4. Randy Joseph over the near side here. Here's Brian Huffman with it. Inside they go to Hepler, back out to Brian Huffman. Brian shoots for 3, no good. Rebound on the far side picked off over there by Bob Wagner. And back he comes for the Wildcats. He'll stop, give it back over here now for Troutman. Pass inside, tipped away by the Trojans. Back with it comes Brian Huffman. He'll go to the hoop, puts it up, misses the shot, and off with the rebound come the Wildcats. Here's Larry Troutman with it for Halifax. Bounces it over here for Bob Wagner. Into the corner now for Jared Shoup. Long pass over the far side. Shot taken from over there by Paul. Scott Paul nails one. And it's a 2-point margin now, 32-30. Sittlinger's got it. Going to spin around over on the left side. Inside to Bill Hepler. Now over here is Rich Shadle with a shot. No good, but there's a good rebound by Randy Joseph. He puts a shot up. It'll go. And a foul is going to be called. The bucket went in, and the bucket should be good. The referee says yes, it is. The bucket is good, and the foul will be on Halifax, and that's going to send Randy Joseph to the foul line as Troutman picks up his first personal foul. And now back into the ball game comes Mike Rao and Brian Bellis as Bill Hepler and Brian Huffman check out for the Trojans with 1:35 remaining here in the first half, and the Trojans up by 4. Randy Joseph at the line to complete his 3-point play. Here's his shot. It is no good. Rebound comes off to Brad Ebright. Gives it back over here to Jared Shoup, who gives it to Bob Wagner now. Near side here for Shoup with a shot. In and out it goes. No good. Rebound's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to be off of Brad Ebright, and that's going to give the Trojans a ball. Rich Shadle will inbound for UDA. He does so here for Brian Sittlinger. Brian being guarded out there by Bob Wagner, gets it inside nicely, but it comes back out here to Brian Bellis. Brian Sittlinger with a shot from out in front, no good. Rebound comes off to, foul's going to be called as it looked as though Mike Rao had tied up Troutman inside there, but apparently the referee didn't see it that way. And so Larry Troutman's going to go to the foul line for Halifax, shooting a 1-on-1 as Bill Hepler checks back into the ball game, and Richie Shadle will check out for UDA. Rao had picked up his second personal foul, and here's Troutman at the line shooting a 1-on-1, and he hits the first one. 34-31 with 1:07 remaining in the first half. Here's his second shot, and it's good. So we got a 2-point ball game now, 34-32. Trojans up by 2 with 1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining in the first half. Trojans up by 2, 34-32. Nice pass inside for Hepler. He spins around and puts one up and in. Bill Hepler maintaining that 4-point margin for the Trojans now. It's 36-32, UDA by 4. Larry Troutman on the far side. Into the base, puts a shot up, in and out, no good. Rebound under there by Ebright. He puts a shot up, that's no good. Rebound comes off to Randy Joseph. And back with it come the Trojans. They dodged a bullet that time as Brad Ebright had a shot from right out in front and missed it. Here goes Sittlinger. Sittlinger tries to pass it inside. It's going to be knocked out of the bounds by the leg of Scott Paul. And now Landvater, I think it is, coming into the ball game. No, Kurt Paul coming in for Halifax. And I hope I have that name right. I think I do. Here's Sittlinger with it. 25 seconds remaining in the first half. Trojans up by 4, 36-32. Sittlinger loses the ball and gains it back again. Bryan passes it over on the far side. Here's Shadle getting tied up over there and gets the ball back out here now for Sittlinger. Bryan, top of the circle as time winds down. We've got 10 seconds remaining. Randy Joseph with it. Brian Bellis. Bryan going to go into the lane, put a shot up. It won't go. Rebounded inside there by Halifax. Here comes a pass down here. It's good if it goes. It won't go, and a foul is called. And the foul will be called before the time ran out, I guess. Let me see. Wait a minute. Referee says hold everything, that there was time remaining. This will bring some consternation from the Upper Dauphin fans, that's for sure, as Scott Peters wants to know what happened here. It looks like the foul came after the shot, after the time had expired. But the referee did not see it that way, and Kirk Paul will go to the foul line, shooting 2, I believe. They clear everybody back. There is no time remaining, and Kurt at the line shooting a pair. Here's his first shot, short. No good. 36-32, Trojans up by 4, and we'll see if Paul can narrow it to 3. Here's his second, that's short, 2, and we go into the halftime now with the Trojans up by a great score here, 4 points, but believe me, they have played one heck of a Super Bowl game once again here now. At the end of the first half, in a really tough ball game, UDA 36, and the Halifax getting set to go with the second half of play here now. We would point out that the Wildcats have a total of 5 personal fouls in the whole ball game. Shoup, Troutman, Wagner, Ebright, and Scott Paul all have 1. All the starters have 1. For the Trojans, Brian Sittlinger's got a pair. Mike Rao has 2. Bill Hepler has 1, and Randy Joseph has 1. So no one, neither team, in foul trouble at all at this point. So we'll be set to go and see if the Trojans can hang on here now and maintain this margin or widen the gap here against these Wildcats, as we have fans filing back in here now from halftime, and the start may be delayed for just a moment or two. At any rate, to open up the second half, the Wildcats will have the ball, and it looks as though Larry Troutman will inbound for Halifax. Trojans send out there the starting 5, Rao, Bellis, Sittlinger, Hepler, and Randy Joseph. All these guys having a super first half. And again, the delay is for the crowds to get back in their seats, and now we're set to go as Larry Troutman will inbound the ball. He does so over here for Scott Paul. Scott with it, drops it back here now to Troutman in the right baseline, guarded by a couple of Trojans, passes the ball out in front. Shoup for 3. In and out, no good. Rebound's going to go off the hands of Brad Ebright, out of bounds, and it'll be Upper Dauphin ball. 36-32, Trojans up by 4. Back with it now come the Trojans. Brian Sittlinger with it. Into the corner for Mike Rao. Tries to pass it inside, picked off by Jared Shoup, and back with it comes Halifax. Wagner over on the far side. Shoup with it. Back out in front to Wagner. Pops 1 for 3. It's good. Bob Wagner closes the gap to 1. It's 36-35, UDA by 1. It's one of the things the Trojans hope that don't happen here now as Wagner get hot from out in front. Here goes Sittlinger into the lane, loses the ball. It's picked up by Ebright. And back with it come the Wildcats to take the lead, or possibly take the lead, for the first time in an awful long time tonight. In fact, I'm not even sure if the Wildcats led at all tonight. Far side it goes. Here's Troutman stepping into the lane. Passes it over here. The ball is knocked away very nicely by Bellis, picked up by Joseph. And now Mike Rao's got it for UDA. Passes it over here for Bill Hepler. He gives it to Brian Bellis. Brian Bellis for 3. No good. Rebounded to Randy Joseph, however, and Joseph's got it. Spins it back here to Bellis. Far side for Mike Rao. He dumps it inside for Bill Hepler. Right baseline shot up and in, good. Hepler giving the Trojans a 3-point margin now. 38-35 UDA. Here goes Paul. Stops, pops, in and in. Okay. Looked like it wanted to crawl back out, but it went down, and it's 38-37 now. The margin again down to 1. UDA ahead by 1. Bellis. Top of the circle. Guarded out there by Troutman. Tries to get it inside. Picked up in there by Hepler. He goes to the bucket for a shot. It's knocked away, and back with it comes Jared Shoup. Gives it back over here now to Scott Paul. Larry Troutman out in front with it. Bounces it over here for Paul, but it's off the foot of Brian Sittlinger out of bounds, and so Halifax will maintain possession. And timeout's going to be called now by UDA, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah, I think timeout was called by the Trojans. So we've got 5:47 remaining in the third period. Trojans up by 1, 38-37. They led at halftime by just 4. So we'll be right back. Okay, the timeout is over, and Troutman will inbound. He does so here for Paul. Troutman's got it back again now for the Wildcats. Bounces it inside here. Here's Ebright with a shot off the glass. No good. Rebounded inside by Randy Joseph for the Trojans. Good rebound that time by Randy. And back with it comes Bellis. Bellis, top of the circle, brings it over here now for Sittlinger. Brian looking out in front. Here's Mike Rao for 3. It's good. Mike Rao hits a 3-bagger and gives the Trojans a little bit more breathing room here now. As Wagner pitches it inside here now. Here's a bounce off the leg of Hepler out of bounds. 41-37, margin up to 4 now with 5:12 remaining in period 3. Here's Wagner from the side for 3. No good. Rebounded in there by Mike Rao. Mike grabs it, hugs it, and gives it off to Brian Bellis. Bellis out at the top of the circle. He'll drive into the lane. Stop. Gets back out here for Sittlinger. Sittlinger with it, looking inside. Gets it back out, though, to Bellis. Top of the circle. Now he tries to pass it inside. The ball stripped away by Brad Ebright, and back with it come the Wildcats. Bob Wagner's got it. Near side over here. Here's Jared Shoup from the side for 2, and Jared now has 10. Jared needs one more point to get his 1,000th point. 41-39, 2-point margin for the Trojans as Brian Sittlinger handles it out in front, gets it inside to Randy Joseph. Joseph puts it down, pops a shot up, no good. Rebounded by Ebright, and back with it come Halifax. Paul stops, gives it back here to Wagner. Wagner over here to Paul with a shot, no good. Rebound on the far side there by Mike Rao. Gets it back here to Bellis, over on the far side to Brian Sittlinger. Near side, here's the ball tipped away into the official and going to be picked up by Mike Rao. Pass inside, Bill Hepler for 2, it's good. Hepler with a fine shot on an unusual play as the pass came out and hit the referee and got stopped. Here's Paul with a shot, in and out, no good. Rebound on the far side goes to Ebright, the shot's up and good. And Brad Ebright is fouled by Bill Hepler. Bill Hepler will pick up his second personal foul. And it's a 43-41 ball game now with Ebright at the line, shooting 1 to finish off his 3-point play here. Brad will go to the line shooting 1. Here's his shot. It is no good. Rebounded in there by Randy Joseph. And Randy's going to be fouled now as number 41, Scott Paul, picks up the personal. Only his second, so none shooting. Came with 3:31 remaining in the third, and the Trojans up by 2, 43-41. And now Landbader comes in, Jeff Landbader comes in as Scott Paul goes out for Halifax. Randy Joseph inside with it. He stops, pops, no good. Rebound's going to come off here to Troutman. Larry comes away with it for his Wildcats. Drops it back here to Bob Wagner. Over to Troutman. Troutman dribbles over there, passes it over on the far side. Here's Shoup with a shot that's partially blocked. Picked off by Bill Hepler. Gives it back here to Brian Bellis. Far side to Rao. Here's a nice pass inside here for Sittlinger, but back outside they go. Bellis for 2, or rather Rao for 2, but it's no good. And back with it comes Jared Shoup, passes it over here, puts a shot up, and a charging foul is going to be called right now on, on 35, Brad Ebright. As Ebright picks up his second personal foul, charged into a couple of Trojans in there. Brad getting up, looked like he might have been a little shaken on it, but at any rate, it's going to give the Trojans a ball back now with 2:48 remaining in the third period, and they're up by 2, 43-41. Only the second personal on Ebright, so no problem there. Sillinger winds around to the right side, looking inside, and has the ball picked off here by Wagner. Back with it comes Bob Wagner. He stops and drags his foot, but no call. Nearly dragged his foot, I guess. Here's Wagner for three from outside. It's going to be good as it bounces in there and gives Halifax the lead for the first time in a long time, 44-43 Halifax. Brian Bellis with it out in front for the Trojans. Over on the far side, Mike Rao has the ball, nearly goes off his hands, and then he loses out of bounds as suddenly the Trojans start to become unglued here a little bit, and giving Halifax an opportunity to come back and get a very stronger lead here now, it would appear. There's Bob Wagner with it. Bob Wagner into the lane, stops, puts a 12-footer up. It's in and good. 46-43, Halifax now by 3 with a minute and 52 seconds remaining in the third period. Here comes Brian Sillinger. Bounce pass over here from Mike Rao. He gets it inside here for Bellis. Bellis's pass is going to be thrown away, and back with it comes Bob Wagner. Pass over here for Landvater. Jeff's shot is up and in good. It's 48-43. Halifax now starting a run here on the Trojans, and Scott Peters going to put 3 new ball players in here. Here's Sittlinger, pops into the lane, shot good. Brian Sittlinger nails a 2-pointer, cuts the margin down to 3. Halifax up now by 3. Here goes Larry Troutman over on the far side. Gives it over here to Shoup, but Troutman's got it back again. Minute and 8 seconds remaining in the third period. Troutman inside the Landvater. Jeff's shot, good. Jeff Landvater puts his second in a row up. It's 50-45, the margin back up to 5 with 55 seconds remaining in the third period. Sillinger, far side over there now to Rao. Inside it goes to Bill Hepler, back out in front. Here's Bellis with a shot. In and out, won't go. Rebound underneath there, and a second shot put up. Third shot by Randy Joseph is good. Finally, Joseph puts it in. The Trojans now getting a little shaky down here underneath their own bucket. And here's a pass on the far side for Jared Shoup. Jared going to race to the bucket, put it in, good, and that's going to be his 1,000th point. So Jared Shoup nails his 1,000th. I think they might have wanted to stop the ball game. I think they will here as soon as there's a timeout. At any rate, here's a ball tipped away from Brian Bellis. Jared has the pressure off of him now with that 1,000th point. Here's a pass inside, stripped away by Wagner, and back comes Bob Wagner with it. He'll stop and shoot for 3. It's no good. Rebound comes off here to the Trojans, but that's going to give Jared Shoup his 1,000th point. Jared's going to get the recognition right now. And Jared, Super Bowl player for the Halifax Wildcats, picks up his 1,000th point tonight against the Trojans, a night that he will always remember. And Coach Laskowski going to give the ball, I guess, to Jared as the pictures are being taken out at center court. Coach Al Laskowski very proud of this young man, and he has done a heck of a job, and now Jared's pop will come over here and congratulate his son on a fine effort here, picking up his 1,000th point for these Halifax Wildcats. Now, the problem is, for the Trojans, if Jared's got that monkey off his back, will he come out here and really start to score the way we know he can? For the Trojan fans, we certainly hope not. For Jared and his fans, of course, it's a different story. They're hoping that Jared can really put the pressure on the Trojans now as the pressure's lifted from him. But at any rate, we got 8 minutes to play. The Trojans up by 5 as Coach Scott Peters congratulates Jared. And now we'll get to the final 8 minutes of this ball game. It's Halifax up by 5, 52-47. And here we go, the Trojans with an opportunity to narrow the gap to 3 as they get the ball to begin the fourth and final period. Sittlinger, bounce pass over here for Richie Shadle. Back out to Brian Sittlinger. Brian into the lane, stops, pops one up short. Rebound's going to come off to Jared Shoup. And back with it come the Wildcats. This is Troutman with it. Gives it back over here now to Wagner. Into the corner to Shoup. Jared back out to Wagner as the Wildcats kind of slow it down now, play a little bit more conscientious ball. Pass inside and a foul will be called. As the Trojans going now with 4 out of the 5 ball players are non-starters for the third period. Into the ball game is Roadcap, Biddle, Chip Wetzel, and someone else, I'm not sure who. Here's Jared for 2 more. So he has 1,002, 54-47. And the Trojans now with Chip Wetzel on the far side. Here's Richie Shadle. Over to Wetzel. Chip looking around over there with it. Gets a nice bounce pass inside here for Roadcap. His shot partially blocked away. And back with it come the Wildcats as Bob Wagner will cross the timeline with it for Halifax now. Over the far side here for Troutman. Back out now into the corner for Shoup. Inside to Landvader. He's dead from there, and he's got it. Jeff Landvader just stands there and popped into his third. And now it's a 9-point margin as it looks like the Trojans are ready to send the first squad back in again. 56-47. Halifax has opened it up. Wetzel with it out here. Here's Sittlinger for 3. That won't go, and a rebound underneath is going to be called a foul on, let's see, not sure whom. Somebody from Upper Dauphin. Biddle picked up the personal foul that time for the Trojans, his first. And the team of Troutman and Wagner will bring the ball up. Wagner over to Troutman. Larry with it, back over here to Bob Wagner. Top of the circle, here's Wagner for 3. It's good. Bob Wagner hits for 3, and it's 59-47. There's a ball thrown away out here by Bellis. Well, the Trojans definitely coming unglued, and Coach Peters is going to call timeout now. Wildcats opening up the ball game here in the latter moments of the third period, and now in the first minute and 47 seconds of period 4. It's 59-47. The Wildcats with their biggest margin now. It's 12 points. Okay, following the timeout now, we've got Halifax with the ball into the corner for Jared Shoup. Jared looking over this way for Wagner. Here's another 3-pointer attempt. It's good. So Wagner now pouring it on here to the Trojans at 62-47 as they begin to bury UDA. It took a while, but they finally got it going here now, and there's no question about it. The Wildcats are in charge. Here's Hepler going to the line, but a foul is going to be called. This time the foul will be on Brad Ebright. And Bill Hepler, who played a super first half, will go to the line for the first time in the second half, shooting 2. As, let's see, 25 there. Troutman will leave the ball game. Scott Paul came back in for Halifax. And Bill Hepler at the line shooting 2. Here's Bill's first shot. It's good. Hepler, excellent foul shooter, puts the first one in. And Bill will get a chance to pop another one in there now. Here's his second shot, and that's good too. So Bill makes a pair. And now the Trojans going to put a little forecourt pressure on here, but Jared Shoup's got it out here at center court. Back it goes over here now for Wagner. 5:35 remaining, plenty of time remaining. 62-49, a 3-point or a 13-point margin. Here's a shot by Paul, and a foul will be called on Scott Paul. And that's going to send another Trojan to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1, I would believe. And I think the shooter will be Mike Rao. Mike, pretty cool, generally. Or wait a minute, or is it him? No, no shooting. Okay, they lined up as though it was going to be a shooting foul, but it was only the team's fourth, or fourth, yeah. So here's a long inbound pass taken by Bill Hepler out here. He passes it back here for Sittlinger. Into the corner. Rao has it driving the right baseline. He steps on the baseline and goes out of bounds. So not much you can do about that. Mike turns it over. Jared Shoup rather, with the inbound pass. Jared backs it up here now. Gives it over to Bob Wagner. Bob down the left side. Left baseline shot up and in, good. Wagner really getting hot of late. And it's now 64-49. Here's a ball stolen away by Wagner. He'll go in, put the shot up, no good. Rebounded over there, however, by Ebright, and Ebright is fouled, and the bucket counts. So timeout's going to be called now, I think, by Coach Peters, as he calls time, as his Trojans have now fallen way behind here. It's 66-49 with 4:44 remaining in the ball game. Trojans had led by 4 at halftime, so a big third period for the Wildcats and a big fourth period going on here now for Halifax. Be right back. Brad Ebright at the foul line now, shooting his one shot as his bucket was good. And here's his shot. It is good. 67-49. 18-point margin now for Halifax. Sittlinger, near side here for Bellis, tries to drop it inside and does so to Hepler, who doesn't get a shot. Here's Mike Rao from the side for 3. No good. Rebound comes off to Scott Paul. And back with it come the Wildcats. Here is Bob Ebright. Ebright dribbling down the left side. Passes it high for Shoup. His shot's no good. Rebound comes off here to Rao, and back with it comes Sittlinger, having difficulty out here, but he gathers it in. Here's 3 by Bellis, attempt, no good. Rebounded by Jared Shoup, rather. And a foul's going to be called on Bill Hepler, and that's going to send Jared to the foul line, shooting a 1-and-1. Shoup to the line for a 1-and-1 now, as Hepler picks up his 4th personal foul. And Randy Joseph comes back into the ball game now, as Biddle goes out for UDA. But Jared Shoup at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. First shot, good. 68-49. 19-point margin, and Jared can make it an even 20. 4:01 remaining here in the ball game. Second shot, good. 69-49. It's a 20-point margin for the Wildcats. Far side to Mike Rao. Here's Sittlinger with it from out in front. Pass it inside. Now goes back out here to Sittlinger. Ball gets tipped off the hands of Bellis, and it's going to be Halifax ball, as Biddle will come back into the ball game for UDA now. And so will Chip Wetzel, as Randy Joseph and Bellis both exit for the Trojans. Bob Wagner, top of the circle. Over there for Lau. And Wagner's got it back again now. Lau into the ball game for Halifax. Here's Jared Shoup with a shot up and in and out. No good. Rebounded to Bill Hepler. Gives it back over here now to Sittlinger. Brian Sittlinger at the top of the circle. Over on the near side for Mike Rao. Back over here to Brian Sittlinger. He'll pop a 3-point attempt up. No good. Rebounded right to Jared Shoup. He gives it to Ebright, or to Lau, rather. Lau's got it back. Lau with a shot. Good. Lau hits it, 71-49. Brian Huffman getting ready to come back into the ball game for UDA. UDA needs a bunch of 3-pointers. Inside they go to Bill Hepler. Over on the far side to Mike Rao. Mike driving the right baseline. Drives it, drop it inside for Hepler. Goes onto the floor. There's a fumble there, and to the floor they go, Ebright and Mike Rao. And it's a jump ball, and on the tie-up, it'll be Halifax ball now as Biddle checks out of the ball game. And Brian Huffman comes back in for his three-point ability. See if Brian get an opportunity to bang a couple here. If we could get 10 three-pointers here, we get back into the ball game. Bob Wagner with it. Going to go all the way. Stops at the left baseline. He's fallen on by Chip Wetzel. And Ebright will go to the line, shooting a 1-and-1 as the team's into the bonus now. So Ebright at the line, shooting a 1-and-1. 2 minutes, 33 seconds remaining, 71-49. Halifax really blew it open here in the third and fourth period. Second half was all Halifax. Shots good. 72-49. 23-point margin now for the Wildcats. And Bob Wagner will see if he can't make it 24. No, he can't at that moment, at any rate. And back with it comes Brian Huffman for the Trojans. Brian Sittlinger with it. Far side now for Chip Wetzel. Chip's going to try a three-pointer. It's in and out. No good. Rebounded underneath there by Hepler, however. And Bill puts a two-point layup shot in. And back with it now come the Wildcats. This is Landvater, and he has the ball double dribbled as Landvater kind of lost the handle on it. Double dribbled it. 2:08 remaining. 72-51. Halifax. A couple of changes made here now as Brian Bellis comes back in and Brian Sittlinger leaves for the Trojans. So Brian Bellis and Brian Huffman back here now. Trojan team loaded with guys named Brian. Here's a pass over here now for Brian Huffman. Back out in front for Wetzel. Here's Brian Bellis for three. No good. Rebounded underneath there by Ebright. And back with it comes Jared Shoup. Drops it off over here now for Lau. Lau on the far side for Bob Wagner. Wagner with it. He's got to dribble down there and put a shot up. It's up and it's good, and a foul is going to be called. I think the foul will be on Brian Bellis. Yeah, it is. And for Bellis, that will be his first. But it will send Bob Wagner to the line to complete a three-pointer. It's 74-51 now. And Bob Wagner will be at the line shooting one. Big ball game for the Halifax Wildcats now. Here's a ball tapped away but gathered back in here now by the Trojans. Bellis with it over here for Richie Shadle. Rich loses it, gains control, loses control again as number 23 has it in there for the Wildcats. Back over here for Bob Wagner. 23 is that Kirkpaul. Inside it goes. Landvater stops, puts a shot up and in. That Landvater kid, one heck of a ball player, knows where the bucket is, that's for sure. Just spun around that time, kind of almost out of control it looked, but popped it right up and in. Wetzel out in front for Huffman. Ball stolen away over there by Wagner. Bob Wagner driving into the paint, goes to put the shot up as the ball is stripped away by Bellis. Back with it comes Chip Wetzel for UDA. Over to Bellis, far side. Here's Huffman for three. No good. Rebound comes off to Jason Shoup. Jared Shoup, pardon me. Puts a shot up. No good. Rebound underneath. Spun away here by Richie Shadle, and a walk's going to be called as Rich tore away with the ball and could not get the dribble down. We only got 37 seconds remaining here now, so it's 76-51. And it will be Halifax to inbound the ball as Larry Troutman will inbound for the